bí ejò òwúrọ̀ mọ́ṣẹ́wà Ẹlẹ́dùmarè tó láyé rárùn àtọ́rí aláìsùn wọ́n ṣe ni ọba tí ń gbẹ́kú ẹni lódìndín ṣé bí wà ló fọ̀rọ̀ dálé ayé o kábíyèsí rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni ọba mi àfìrí gbọ̀ngbọ̀n.
orí adé tọmọdé tàgbà ní dáríjọ tí bọ̀gún àràbà bó bá ti di lọ́dọọdún ayé àmọ́ dáríjọ wá pínrẹ fún yín ní orí adé ó bàbá mi àgbógbógbó fèwú sókè kò sí ohun tí ó sọ bá ẹ ní kú mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni àwa máa forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni. Kábíyèsí o.
Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀ nínú gbogbo alágbára ta ló dàbí rẹ̀ Olúwa ta ló dàbí rẹ̀. Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀ nínú gbogbo alágbára láyé ta ló dàbí rẹ̀ Olúwa ta ló dàbí rẹ̀.
Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Stay on the road chasing my dream because I know.
Chase it for me. Wanna love like a man from my love. Barakoto ikisha my love. Everyone see like Jack on my love. No they find anybody na money I want. No they hear what the people they talk. Once again I shall get it till love. That's a life from no one. Go get another one. I go take and do it till I love. With you love.
Thank you. Good evening or greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining me here today. I think we are going to have an interesting show today, and the spirit of the conversation is to ensure we are all here to share information, learn from each other, not to aggravate each other, not to discriminate, not to be offensive to each other in any form. The objective is to learn and share information, and when we do that, we generally get closer to the truth of things. And when you get closer to the truth of things, you tend to be better at reaching solutions, and then we all want good solutions, don't we? So that's why we are here, and let's take things easy. No matter what is said, we will discuss everything openly. There's no subject that is a taboo. So be open to conversations. Thank you. I see that Okwegolo is already here, the Okwegolo people of 2028. So the subjects of conversation today includes what has happened, transpired. Oh my God, transpired in the U.S. this week. Netanyahu was a kind of stated that he would be arrested if he came to New York by Mamdani, the New York mayor, because Netanyahu has been indicted as a war criminal. He says that he would arrest Netanyahu and any other war criminal that comes to New York. But because he's not the president, so he doesn't have the power to do anything anywhere else. So people were asking whether he has the power to do anything like that at all. And a lot of people kept saying that he should just go and take out rubbish and stuff like that. I feel like there's a little bit of a kind of trying to talk down to him when they tell him to go and pick up rubbish, when he's saying something that is actually quite important. This is somebody that has been indicted by the International Criminal Court. Of course, none of these Ajebo countries care about International Criminal Court. It's only for Africans, you know. Ghana has run to International Criminal Courts for South Africa already. I don't know why we do these things. Why can't you get AI working, AU working, so that we can be able to deal with our problems on the continent? But that is another subject. And then there is also the Fubara joining the Rainbow Coalition, as they say. Nigerian politicians, their only ideology is Bele ideology. It's really sad. These people don't have any ideology. They don't have any belief in anything. All they care about is, am I going to make money, and am I going to be able to do the little I can when I'm in office? Some of them, they don't even want to do anything. They just want to just make money in office. That's it. And this is why whenever they are threatening a little bit, that money is threatened a little bit, they can do anything to get it back. They don't have any belief in anything. And the only reason why what's his name, Jonathan was able to be removed from office was because the passion of the Northerners against him was very strong, because they felt like he robbed them of their turn of being in office, because Yaradua was supposed to be there. So that was a strong force that was driving them to get him out of office. And it resulted in so many things. A lot of people say it's part of the reason why insurgency rose in Nigeria, but I don't think so, because other African countries are experiencing similar problems. So these are the kind of things we face. So I'm going to be playing some videos so that just to go through some of these headlines, so that we hear from the people that are actually involved in some of these actions. Yeah, I see what this guy is saying. ICC is a joke. ICC is a kind of a joke. The concept is a brilliant concept, but clearly Americans don't want to do it. They created something beautiful, but they don't want to subject themselves to it, which is crazy. And because of it, I actually believe that the American empire will fall, which is interesting. The American empire would have lasted a lot longer if they upheld the International Criminal Court, if they upheld the UN, if they upheld this in the ICJ. There's so many things that Americans backed off from an organization they were practically neck deep involved in forming. But which is interesting anyway. You know, human beings and their greed, it will not let them see straight. Now, because of it, we think it's only Nigerians that do stupid things. Americans have done a lot of stupid things too. And because of that, they will watch China rise. And it is what it is. That said, what else? Let me see if I can start playing the videos now. Welcome, Okwegolo. And we'll see. Let me just play the videos.
You can't be
Pardon?
talking like that about America, my friend. That's the world power. Be
Yeah,
careful
yeah, there will
before
be
they will
clients
descend
too
on
now.
you. If they will descend
Why
on
they will
you,
do
be
so?
careful.
No, I've already made myself available as a war counselor. Americans need
No,
counseling for war. So, just calm
you,
them down. Don't be going to
you don't
war.
understand what is going on. And that is because you don't want to listen to me. You don't
Okay, now
understand.
we'll see that. We'll see. Well, let's play these videos one by one. Then we'll get there. And the president recruiting 28,000 into the military. I think that is a positive thing. That is nowhere near what is needed, but better that than nothing.
A win
Because
is a win.
I don't know what I would call it a win, but positive
No,
is
see,
positive.
in politics, you don't get what you want, but you take what you get. So take this one and run with it.
I don't know whether I would take it. I would just say positive. I would just, why would I?
Run
Okay,
with this before
okay,
they go
yeah,
cancel
okay, take
Lambo.
it.
They go cancel Lambo. They go cancel Lambo now.
Cancel it
Better
now.
run with it.
Cancel it, then you find out that the consequences will be far-reaching. And as
Yeah,
per the
yeah, play with these
conversation,
old men.
as per the conversation we are having earlier on, somebody on the chat said, the Nigerian military, if you make it bigger, they'll just go and commit this in there. They will take over power. They will cause problems. Or like the larger the
What kind
military
of problem?
is,
What kind
I
of
don't know.
problem?
People don't follow examples. From what I found, the larger the military is, the less likely they are going to ever go become a military regime. Do you know that
Yeah, they
the
are the
top
most disciplined
20,
sector.
the top 20 largest militaries in the world are not military regimes? They are not military regimes. As a matter of
Of
fact, the
course.
ones that have smaller military, they are the ones that tend to have military regimes, not the other way around. And people don't know. You see, people just instinctively think certain things, but many things in life is counterintuitive. You have to
See,
actually check, because not the way human beings reason
I
that
think
other
it is
behave.
what I said earlier on to Dr. Damiji when he was trying to compare Nigeria and India. Even
Mm,
you too, you do say something towards to that effect that maybe we never experience anything. Indian, he said, oh, I think his argument was that secondary kids were taking exam and something happened. The exam wasn't over. So, something like the organizers, the leaders, they did not
mm,
live up to plan. So the kids took to action. They started protesting and all that. He's saying that, oh, you can never see that in Nigeria. I say, yes, there's a reason. Those children, they are children of revolutionaries.
mm,
Those children are grandchildren of people who carry gun against, stand for what they believe. They fought for what they believe. On Nigeria, we are the children of who look to people who go school to come and tell us what to do. That's how we are raised. That's why we look at the whole country was looking towards the Tafawa Balewa, Zikiwe, and the rest to go and negotiate in London to come and give us. So
mm,
we grow up then we they are alive now. That's what we know. They look forward to the elders, like to people, not even elders, these days, people who are educated, our leaders, to tell us what to do. That's why even the 2023 obedience, they were waiting for the leader to tell them what to do now. Even when they see they clearly are ready to go into action, but they are waiting. So the psyche is different. You know, so we need to the cities from that. Rather than just they blame those innocent Nigeria. We need to teach them what to expect from them. There's a divide. There's a large divide between the intellectuals and the average Nigerian on the streets who don't understand what is going on.
mm.
You understand? So those people, the blood, even in South Africa to some extent, they will say that these are children of warriors. The Kenyans, those are children of warriors. They carry the spirit of their fathers. The Chinese people they are talking about, they saw their forefathers fight. So
Yes.
instantly, but we don't see that one now. We see our forefathers negotiating. They
And I
negotiate.
think,
That's what we saw.
when you were telling KJ that you don't know why Nigerian people didn't do anything. That is part of it. You were saying something about
It
not knowing
is.
why Murtala was the way he was, because Murtala, if he was like in China when Japan invaded, he would not by any means retire half of his soldiers while he's talking down to superpowers in the world, and
Yes, those
that
are
that
those are pol-
he
those are
wouldn't do
those
that kind
are
of
foreign
stuff.
policies. Those are foreign orders.
Mm,
So that's why when she already tell you the Nigerian made na machineries, you don't see it holistically like that. There's an element of truth to that. You said talk as if Bola Tinubu was threatened. Literally, he was giving an order to recruit people. Now being go recruit 28,000. So that's exactly what they are saying. These people still take orders from the people that give them freedom. They are in
that's the
charge.
problem now. They, they,
They are
they,
in
they,
charge. Oh, yes.
They refuse to become
So
masters now. An apprentice
yes.
that refuse to become masters. That's their
So
problem.
we're gonna need generation that will come that will say, no, we want to do it in a fight, we will fight. That's what Chinese people are preparing for. Chinese people are prepared to defend themselves. They're not going to take over everybody, they will defend themselves. I mean, Iran is a clinical example. We go die here, we go die here. You go take we go the kiki they go, but we are still here because this is all we know. We see our forefather did it, fought for that, so we will continue. Even the
Okay.
Americans to some extent. Americans are revived back to their forefathers.
Okay,
Yes.
do you know that the Nigerian military is said to be 100% literacy rate because you are required to be able to read certain things before you can join the military now. So, but do you know that the same military in China that built their nuclear weapon, 80% of them could not read or write?
Yes.
80%.
I think the example you
And
gave
yet
about
Nigeria keeps
China,
citing examples.
the example you give about China rationalizing food during their days of declaring go-industrialization and nuclear weapon that was very spot on. You know, that's what I was saying. We everything was given to us. You understand? So we just continue from what was given to us. Education, everything like kind of are free. So we don't understand. If this world war, the way they see them actually go in full scale like that by 2032, that ration way they talk of Nigeria so will happen. Because the whole war is getting toward chaos. There's going to be war, like pocket of war everywhere. Not be only this one we see now. The Indians the Chinese will go after what they want, which is their brothers, their cousins, their neighbors, or whatever. So that's so the world war will be. It's not going to be like this group against this group. They will fight for where their interests they will use those people. And Nigeria is a clear a space of interest. Chinese are very busy in Nigeria. So do Americans. They will fight to surrender that before they were ready to share. Not because they will leave, but because nobody expected them to
It's
leave.
very interesting you say that though. There's always a potential that they could reach a Berlin style conference before they go to war, because the Europeans, that's how they tussle with each other for a bit. Then before you know it, they had the Berlin conference and Africa was toast. And if that happens, I really fear for us. Big
China, Xi is coming to America September 29. The same VT that maybe that will be the last one day that VT we will see before things get up. But most importantly, again, there are 3 elections that will take place this year. People are not even seeing. I don't know if you are following this election. Putin is standing for election. The midterm break in America, and your favorite man, the man who now go arrest for ICC. I just laugh on that. What's his name? Netanyahu, AY friend. Those 3 people are facing election. The midterm election in America, that in Russia, and the one in Israel. They are those things. It's going to be very important. I said that because Netanyahu is not ready to lose, and if you win again, the more missiles, the fights continue in earnest, right? Of course, Putin is not going anywhere unless he then assassinate him because what's his name? Zelensky don't try him, so he ain't going to win again. And if I have to say the midterm election, the Republican will clean shit. Everybody knows they talk now, but I could be wrong, but what would they see? So
let's welcome. We'll finish so that I can welcome Osewe Khan in, and so I can play the video.
I just say na I say what a shot on. I don't say na I say. No, you can't. Since now we just did it.
Osewe was a nice guy. Now, Osewe, have you gotten the model for me from your argument that you were making previously, or are you now a convert? Are you now a convert?
He's not a nice guy. He's not a nice guy as far as I'm concerned, because our staff for Okpawolo is against Okpawolo, so we know they see eye to eye politically now.
Okpawolo is a product of Olodo uprising.
Yes, we are proud of him. We are proud of him. We are proud of him.
People like the guy. I don't know why.
We the only disciples are proud of him.
In a community of academia, Okpawolo will not be on top of the league. But anyway.
Well, he's on top right now. Thanks to the intellectual class.
Now, this guy came there through Magomago now.
That's why I say thanks to the intellectual class. Now, people will go school, put out there. Now, then be the lawyers, now, then be the judges, now, then be the INEC.
Always justify the means, Maoga. But, No,
that's not the point. The point is that for you guys to realize that you guys have disappointed Edo State for 25 years, it's being run by intellectuals. What do we have? It's the state that we have today. So let's have an illiterate for once. If I not agree, Mokuna go do what you are supposed to do, which is go to the people and actually relate to the people. Bring them into the system.
So are you saying Okpebolo was able to relate with the people? Is that your argument?
No. We just like I said, the first thing any people who una disagree with now with they like. There's a reason why you guys don't like him because he's not illiterate. That's why we like him. Because they in the people at the verse. Una verse go do the right thing. Mokuna know the point and say that man are illiterate. She say we go vote for una because he's not illiterate. No, we're not saying na illiterate. We go vote for una when una come sit down with the real people and strategize, bear with them. Apologize that you guys have misrun the country for 25 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But you guys are not doing that. Instead, you guys are pointing finger. Is an illiterate. Una be fool when I go for una don't get sense. Yes, we don't get sense. Yeah, we be illiterate. We will continue.
I mean, again, that doesn't remove the fact that Okpebolo is an illiterate. But the thing is
he is an illiterate. That is why we like him.
What are you going to rate him performance-wise within the last few months as being the governor of Edo State?
I am not supporting him to perform. Let me tell you something. I did not support him to perform. I support him to win election, make him go on vacation. Come back again, we'll go vote out.
What are you talking about, bro?
Because you have not learned. No, hold on. You guys have not. Hold on. My point is that you guys have not learned.
Okay. Now,
you guys have not learned your lesson.
Now, only you talk now. Say when the literate people were leading the state, nothing was done.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But you have no issue with having Okpebolo, who is like more worse compared to the other guys.
Hold on. If an educated person failed and we give her a chance, he failed again, we give her a chance. What's talking of
what do you call
are you proud of the state that you have for 24 years? Are you proud of those states? Before Paolo, are you proud?
You give us a very tangible.
Oh, you are not from Edo State?
Yeah, I'm from Lagos.
Forefather, beg no verse. I don't know why am I going to explain things to you.
You argue about your Edo State. I will give you.
I agree with you. See, I don't disagree. See, I don't disagree.
Not being honest with the China.
No. I agree with you. Even hold on. I agree with you. Okpebolo is dumb. Is illiterate. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree, but that is the reason I'm supporting him.
Because
that's what you're not getting. Yes.
Okay, so what is your objective though?
What's my objective?
Yeah.
Because he did not get. Because now you educated people where the son is still put on there. You guys are the judges. You guys are the INEC chairman. You guys are the
people who put them there. They are tyrants, eh?
No, hold on. They are tired. Hold on. Tinubu know they do enter street. Tinubu use lawyers and judges. Hold on. He used lawyers and judges who are extremely educated. So what are you talking about? See the educated class, they have to realize one thing. That even the illiterate in the village, they use the same phone where Elon Musk they use. They use the same phone where the most educated person in the world they use. So you don't go feed deceive because you sabi speak English, because you sabi one term. No, you can't. It's over. You have to actually go and sit down with that illiterate. Follow and yarn. What is his problem? How does he feel?
Okay.
He want to see that in you.
Okay. If I go to school and get and acquire all the degrees, that doesn't mean I am educated. To be educated means to be able to practice pragmatism, practicalize what you studied in the university.
That is what I'm saying. That is where they are failed. That's where they. Hold on. See, what you just described is true. The educated class, all they have going for them is speak grammar. Practically, they are failed.
Yeah,
so
that doesn't mean that we should go so low to your guy.
Hey, sorry,
No. Hold on. The point is, you guys should know. I'm telling you why we go low now. We are still ready to go lower until you guys learn. I never learned. We not be giving power again.
What do you think that would the effects will be on your own kids, though?
On my own kids?
Hold
on now. Hey, hold on. The educated person who is expected to perform better than the illiterate, he's doing worse. What are you talking about? Are you doing better? Tell me you will do better than Okpebolo. Make a listen. Show me that you have done better than Okpebolo. They will give you chance. What they tell me say they no get sense. I am not supporting him to perform. You are not still not getting the point. I supported him because you guys hated him.
It's
That's the
okay.
only reason I'm supporting him.
Oseweka. If
I don't understand you. But that's
Oseweka,
why
You don't.
hold on.
No worry, you go
Sorry,
understand with time. You go understand.
let's handle this issue. Oseweka, what do you know? Are you from Edo State?
no, from Lagos.
It's
So
not bad. That's why I say free guy.
let me ask you a question. What do you know about the governor of Edo State? What do you know that is going on in Edo State as regard to governors? What do you know in the past administration in Edo State? Why are you making judgment? Can you tell the people?
I'm not judging Okpebolo.
No,
I'm only stating facts based on what we see.
No, you are not stating fact.
These
No,
are individual. These are
see.
The facts are out there.
Which facts? What are the facts? What are the facts? What are the facts? Tell me the facts. Tell us the facts.
Individual. I can't even read a simple
Oseweka, it's only fair. It's only fair when we make.
Sincerely,
I don't even know why they disagree with the guy. Don't disagree with him.
Like that now.
Hold on.
Let me ask him a question. If you want to make assertions, it helps if you back it up with evidence. It helps. You can't just say
he's educated. You are making a very dumb argument. I don't think you've never been to Edo State.
There's no need to call him dumb, but you can.
Like, I'm actually surprised when people speak. If you want to be objective, you have to talk to the people that are from the state, people that know what is going on, before you make your judgment. If this issue of you are educated, you are not educated, it's all BS. I'm really surprised. I'm tired of, even when you try to educate the people, they are telling you, like, what do you mean? You don't know the governor, you don't know the activities, you don't know the project, you don't know what is going on in Edo State. You are here criticizing a city governor just because of perception. Man, bro, you can do better, man. You can do better.
I don't know why they disagree with that.
I understand why Okpebolo. I understand why Ovie don't want to engage you. Sincerely, if you are really interested in Edo State, what you need to do, if you have friends of the Edo State, you can talk to them. You can talk to people that live in Edo State. How is this governor doing? Compare it with.
Hey, why? Make I tell you what did happen. You know what did happen? See, during Obaseki, the same called globalist, right? Now they take over Edo State. They make Edo State the center of a COVID-19 theater.
Yeah.
Of all state in Nigeria, they run the state, civilians everywhere, right? Because they're there, because they don't know. So now they don't lose out of power. Those media around those institutions and then come they fire to the native man. Say the man is illiterate and all that kind of thing. We know that's why we like him. I don't know why people they.
Sincerely, you can do better. You can do better.
AY, I'll be practically honest with you, AY and OVA. And I think this is one of the pandemic that we're experiencing in Nigerian politics. Education is not just about producing certificate from a university, AY.
That's true.
That
is true.
Exactly. That's my first premise. Okay? I think it's about cognitive depth. When you listen to Monday Okpebolo that you are arguing for, his attempt to speak on, go and look at his interviews.
Hold on. What does speech has to do with?
Let me land.
Okay.
When you look at his attempts to speak on governance, number one, economics, on public policy, without script, this guy lacks intellectual readiness. You can see it's obvious.
So let me ask you.
Hold on,
Oseweka, listen. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you. That's
number one. Number two, there's a discrepancy and the credibility deficit in Okpebolo. So beyond all these public communication struggles that he has, look at the kind of flags surrounding his achievements academically. During his campaign, did you know that he faced some court issues? Some on him. You know that.
See, hold on. Do you know you are talking to Edo people? You know you are talking to people that are living the experience.
Okpebolo has reduced Edo State and Benin.
Oseweka.
Hold on. Sorry, let me just ask you this question. Hold on now.
Okpebolo has reduced Edo State and Benin that we used to know as the cradle of academic excellence. Yeah?
Let me tell you something. Let me answer you. Listen. Do you know that you are telling? Hold on. Do you know that you are telling
the
my
standard.
story? Hold on first. Do you know that you are telling my story, my experience? That's what you are describing. I'm from Edo State, currently living.
I
I'm
know you are
in
from
Edo State.
Oyo State.
So okay.
I
Hold
know.
on.
You said it here.
Hold on. You are speaking as an outsider who was observing from outside, Abi, based on what you hear on TV and read on news. Abi,
I follow Edo politics.
well, we are
Fine.
still answering my point. Yeah, you are following from outside, Abi. You
Not
don't feel the effect. Hold on. All this thing that you're talking about, you don't feel the effect, directly
tell
or
me the
indirectly.
effect. Tell me
So
the effect. Truly.
exactly. So when we are telling you, when somebody is telling you that, well, you don't know what you are talking about, listen to us. It isn't that what you read for headline news that you come to say you are. Hold on now, hold on. Edo State has fallen intellectually since Paulo don't become a. You say Edo State is a cradle of education. The Paulo come under 2 years, don't turn to the trash of cradles of education.
I
Abi,
think
does that? Hold
it's shameful.
on. I want to ask you, does that make sense to you?
It makes too much sense. I think it is shameful, right?
Oh,
To
it's
lower
okay,
the
it's okay.
standard, to lower the
You are
standard
right.
of governorship, OVA. I think it is shameful for the whole people of Benin and Edo to lower the standard of governorship to someone who struggled with basic policy discourse.
You
I
listen.
think, I
First of
think, I
all,
think, I
Can
think,
I
hold on.
it's an
again? I
honest
will ask
insult of deflecting.
again.
You cannot claim.
Uh,
You cannot claim. OVA,
Fofana, hold
See,
on, hold on, hold
and
on,
I'm so
Paulo.
sad hearing AY speak this way.
First of all, let me tell you where the problem is.
AY, you
First of all,
cannot claim to
hold
lead.
on, hold on. First of all, you are here. You lie to the
I
public that
don't
you
know
are
how
from.
we did this.
Hold on, Paulo. You are here. First of all,
Let's move
you
on, I
lie
beg.
to the general public that you are from Lagos. Obviously, you have an Edo name. This is a Benin name. You are claiming.
That's why I say that I
Let
don't
me
guy.
put out your foolishness.
I'm from
You lie to the
Badagry,
public.
Lagos.
Hold on. You lie to the public that you are from Lagos.
See
Obviously, you
how
have
I'm not saying now
interest.
that name
Probably,
not be
let me
name.
tell you what's going on. It's Edo. It's from Edo. Let me tell you what happened.
Exactly.
Is probably the evil people that were swept with Obaseki out of Edo. That is
Now they
why
tell
it's
you.
carrying
See,
like.
AY.
Now
That's
wow,
what I tell you. Say no,
now
You see,
wow,
just agree with them. Oh, probably now Olodo.
now
That's why I
wow.
vote for them.
No, I need to
You know,
address you.
you
Don't let
see,
it go. Don't
you
let
don't
it
know.
go.
See,
Okpawolo, hold
no,
on. Leave me
hold
alone.
on,
Leave me.
AY. You know not to.
We are gonna go back to
I mean,
regular schedule soon. But let
all
you guys
right.
vent first.
AY, the
I
easiest
don't
way to
play.
deal with people who are
AY,
not
I
from a
don't
day.
play.
Hold on, make I tell you, AY, might
He's
help
from
you.
Edo. He's from Edo. He's just
No, I
lying.
tell you,
Why
might
are you
help you
putting
out.
a door on me? I'm not a door.
Hold on, AY. The easiest
You think
way,
you are talking to?
the easiest way to deal with anybody they criticize of Paolo, agree with them. Paolo na Olodo, but we go see both for them.
No.
Simple.
You
OVA,
need to address it.
I
to be
don't know why
OVA,
you don't know how
OVA,
to talk.
Hold on.
I will see both for
to
them.
be
Whatever
frank
you
with
call
you,
yourself.
OVA, and AY,
Hold on.
you
You see,
cannot claim.
this guy.
You cannot claim.
Hold on.
I've been holding on.
The way you are speaking,
Yeah.
obviously, you are part of the Obaseki that defrauded Edo State for 8 years.
Leave
You believe in his
me.
grammar. You are
Yeah, not
talking
tell us
about grammar, English.
before when you get
How come the president of China cannot speak English? Till
leave
today, Putin does
leave
not
this slave.
understand English. How
Leave
does
slave.
English make you a competent leader? How
That's
does
slave
English,
mentality.
speaking English, how does it make you you are claiming you are educated, you are exposed. How does speaking good English make you a competent leader? In Arab world, they don't
AY,
speak
leave am.
English. Majority of the
AY.
leaders, they don't speak English. How many leaders in the world, apart from the West, that speak English? How do you have? I'm sure
Can I just ask one question, AY? I've had it.
sorry, Fofa, let me finish this. I'm sure this guy now, he will praise Obaseki that cannot speak Benin. Obaseki was government for 8 years. He does not want to come out boldly that he's supporting Obaseki. Obaseki was the worst governor in the history of Edo State. That guy for 8 years, there is no capital project. He's here.
AY, we are voting for Paolo
Just like
again.
you, he's from Edo State.
I don't know why you like to the waste time with them. We go vote for Paolo again.
I think it's better. He actually.
Okay, I gather that he did. I
Okay,
hold on.
Can I
Now
talk
let me say
now?
something now. I
Can I talk
heard
now?
that he did some things in terms
He
of.
do a lot of, not some things, a lot of projects. Forefather, I
I
can
don't
give
know
you some
why
of the
I
projects.
don't
I
know why they
know.
Okay,
worry
now
with
let me ask
ourselves.
question now. Hold on. Let me just try to get things straight so that we hear why a lot of people are supporting Okpebholo, because quite a few people have spoken to say they support Okpebholo, some of the things he's doing, not because they are
I support
fantastic
him
about it.
1,000,000%.
Okay, so tell us some of the projects he's worked on that makes you feel good
You
about it.
see, you see, I'll give you an example. Okpebholo, I think he has only spent less than 2 years in office now. If you come to Benin, for example, Okpebholo has a lot of projects he's doing in Benin. I think he has completed one of the first flyover ever in Benin. There is other two that are going on. The stormwater project in Benin was a project started by Oshomole, which Obaseki abandoned for years. The stormwater project is to control the erosion in Benin. It's actually is back to that project now because that project needs to be completed. There were some market, like the popular urban market in Benin that was raised by fire. Do you know what Obaseki did as a governor? He promised these women that he was going to construct the market. He kept deceiving them. That market was there for years. It's actually now Okpebholo is building that market. Okpebholo is building same market in Edo Central. Is building same market in Edo North, modest standard market. Around his community, Okpebholo is currently building 150 hospital bed units in his village. He's building a school over there in his village as well, nursery school. I'm not talking of the road project he's doing. There are a lot. I just got back from Edo last year. When I saw the project, I speak to people at home. I don't know Okpebholo. It's not from my local government. It's not from my Central district. I've never met him. But I think the people that are working around him, they are not doing enough. When you look at even the structure, now Okpebholo is the first person I've seen for this less than 4 years. He has actually sacked some of his people working for him. The chief of staff was gone because of corruption. The minister of justice, commissioner of justice, was sacked because of corruption. Some of his essay, he doesn't even waste time. Okpebholo, you see, to be honest, is serious with governance. I'm not saying he's perfect. What I think we should do when you see a governor or anybody working, praise what he's doing and criticize where he's not doing enough.
Hold on. Let me say this. So he built the first flyover in Benin City. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's completed already now.
You mean Edo State didn't have a flyover before?
Nothing, no flyover.
Wow.
I will tell you, let me break it down for you. In the history of Edo State, the first governor, if you grew up in Edo State, you're Edo State, the very first time I saw a caterpillar walking was during Adam Soshomole. For 8 years, Adam Soshomole turned Edo State to construction site, from schools to road to everywhere. That is what Okpebholo is doing. Do you know the man they said he speaks Queen's English, Obaseki, was there for 8 years? If you tell him he's lying, that is how they behave. It's Obaseki's guy. This is their behavior. When you ask them, Obaseki does not have a project in Edo State.
I thought he built some power plants.
Power plant is not for him. It's a private company. The power plant it does not belong to Edo State. The museum he was building, he wanted to use it to defraud Edo people. He converted it to his name. It was this governor that now, like, no, this belongs to the land belongs to Edo State. Why are you taking the museum? That was the problem he had with the palace, and the same problem he had with the government. Obaseki, as we speak, he cannot come to Benin and walk 1 kilometer on Benin Street. They will stone him. I'm telling you, they will stone him because of how dubious he was with the system. There was nothing to show.
Was he the one that messed with the assembly, House of Assembly?
He's the same person now. He's the same person. He was really like he was a military governor. He refused to swear in House of Assembly member over 11 or 40 of them for complete 4 years. He shut them out of assembly. And
I'm really astonished.
The
that
reason why
Edo
Oseweka
hold on.
is
I think
ashamed to
I'm looking
mention
at
his
stories
name.
that I thought Bayelsa went through a very hard case whereby for decades, I think till the 90s or early 2000s, that's when they had their own first proper petrol station. And I think flyover it is just a few years ago. But to hear that Edo State,
The
one of
whole
the
of Edo
most
State.
advanced, hold on, please. One of the most advanced areas in Nigeria before the British arrived to colonize doesn't even have one flyover. Man, the sacrifice the South has made and the minority group have made for that country.
Yeah.
And you are being governed a bunch of so-called educated people. They went to the best schools in this world. All of them, even to Maseki. There are no school for Nigeria.
You see, that's why somewhere Canada is deny it's not from Edo. Obviously, it's from Edo. I'm telling you this for free. That is the behavior of the people that
it's not just a donor, Bini boy. They fuck up.
He's a Bini boy. He's denying that he's from Lagos. How can Oseweka be
the second worst governor of them now? Bini man, call it Benidio. Now be the second worst governor.
Come on,
okay, let's allow him to talk. Then we finish. We close this thing so I can get back to.
Look at
Let
what
me
on the comment section.
Good day, Mr. Speaker, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, and co-partners.
Wow, you really knew how to say it too. Have you been to a debate session before? Wow,
wait till go wound us for Nigeria now propaganda. You see lies, eh? First of all, AY, you look me dead in the eye like this, and you were telling me about the history of flyovers in Edo State. AY, Benin City has had its first flyover constructed at Dawson Road, Akpepava, decades ago under the military era. So to come here and say that
that for road, that for leg, that wait, hold on, that for leg, not for car. That flyover na for leg.
Flyover, it's just
oh my God, did he just say that? Oh my God, man.
We are from Edo State, that not be flyover.
Oseweka, I schooled the University of Benin. You know they tell me anything for Benin.
Wait,
we get out for Ugbo Road for GROA, Sapele Road for Benin, Odeya Crescent.
Oshomole built the famous Sapele Road flyover.
Don't this Oseweka. So now, have you agreed you are from Benin? No, are you from Benin or you are still from Lagos?
Now let him make his statement.
When you talk, me and people might jump inside. I listen to you. You see, your former governor, Adam Soshomole, built a flyover. Flyover around the 3rd East right 10 years ago. So clearly,
It's a roundabout.
It's a roundabout. Come on, so why you
you guys are checking what the flyover is now.
It's a roundabout. It's not a flyover. Oshomole did not build any flyover.
So wait. Oga AY.
He's just here to confuse the people. We are here for you. We know.
You don't go tell us about our state now.
If you claim that Edo State has never had a flyover before Okwebolo, I think it's a complete historical lie, and it's not good enough.
Where is the flyover?
Show us where it is. Show us.
Secondly, you said Obaseki was a thief and corrupt and this or this. When politicians lack the intellectual capacity to debate actual fiscal policy, what they do is that they start throwing a calculation up and down. Governor Obaseki ran Edo State on an institutional transformation model. He built the Edo GIS. Right? He did that.
Where is Edo CIS located?
Educational reform.
Edo Best. Oh man. Edo Best is the biggest scam in the history of Nigeria. Obaseki is a criminal. Edo Best is the biggest scam.
He uses suffering money. Forefather, I beg.
Man,
go to the real news.
Oseweka, you don't know what you are doing today. You are actually losing your integrity very fast.
Integrity from you, why?
You are losing
integrity from you. Wait a life for years.
First of all, I thought you are from Lagos. How come you know Edo so much?
I know Edo.
Your grandfather is from Edo.
And they visit Edo like water. I know Edo very well. So I don't know.
You don't live for Edo. You just a lie.
Grandmama, mama, papa, na from Edo. No, he's not from Edo.
All right,
I
let's
don't
get
see
back.
This was
I
somewhere
don't
can they
I
deceive
don't see
people.
that.
I don't go against you again, Lala.
No, I know. I don't catch you now. I don't catch you like this. So
No,
why you
you are
against me?
Okpebolo, I go they leave. In the sweat of time.
Just tell them, say, Paulo na illiterate, na idiot, but we will go for him
That
again.
one,
That's
Now
it.
because you guys are
Father,
benefiting now
I tell
from
you,
the this thing.
Just Google them. How many flyover Edo State get ever? Google will tell you the truth, sir.
he go say go na lie.
Okay, I'm
ChatGPT
gonna
na
get your
lie.
time. Go and check. Go and
Why are you
verify.
for making noise now? Let's do this in play, Jare. They want to stop people. You want me to cover the whole screen? Let's wait. Let's slow down a bit. Let me see whether there's a
Now,
relevant.
because you don't want to change the topic. Change the topic. This is
Okay.
Obaseki agent, they don't fail. Which language
A
did that
group
to
of
Nigeria?
scouts on excursion to the site expressed excitement over the beauty
That's
of
two
the
Nigerian
flyover
village
and
people
praised the infrastructural strides of the
Oh,
Okpebolo
Ghana for
administration.
Bakassi now.
We are very glad to see a good thing like this in our state. We scout here, our children, we are glad for what our governor is doing for us.
Thank you for this. Is the first time for me to
And
climb
Takoreski.
flyover like this.
I feel so excited about this flyover. Like, this is the first time I'm climbing a flyover. I
As
also
I
see
say,
it in
no be
movies and
your brother be
dramas
that,
when I
your
was a
brother be
tiny, but
that.
this is my first time. Thank you, sir.
Some pedestrians commended the Edo State
Oseweka,
government for adding beauty
Oseweka,
to
this
the
one na AI now. This is not real. It's AI. Abi?
So we're going to do this one.
Yes,
Yes,
now
so
there was no
an illiterate
flyover
governor.
anywhere in
We
Edo
had a
State before
PhD, we
Okpebolo.
had
But
a
why is it
best
that they do
graduate
so
from
many flyovers? And I noticed that they are doing quite a lot of flyovers along Asabaru. What is this thing with flyover? It's like a week 18 that is everywhere.
No, no,
an easy
no.
way
Actually,
to save money.
some places in Edo State need flyover.
Now, I
They
think
are
they
not out
don't
of
need it. They
place.
don't have it before
Like
now. They have enough.
this one is Adua
That Ramat
Wachikara.
Park, sir.
No, Ramat Park.
Ramat Park,
That
Ramat
you
Park.
need a flyover, very
For River
necessary.
State,
Yeah.
they abused it.
Yeah.
Like you will see a flyover here.
Wike abused
Next right
flyover
there.
in
That
River
one, they
State.
abused it
Yeah,
like
yeah,
crazy.
it's true.
He is
But
asking
in Edo
money now.
State, they are necessary. You see this Osaweka, if you go to Benin now, you will be enjoying all this stuff. Oh, it's here criticize the governor.
These are bare minimum. These are civil works. They are bare minimum.
Why una no do
This is
am?
not
Why your
something
uncle no
that
do
you
am?
should be jubilating
All
Why
right.
about.
your uncle
These are
Obaseki no do
minimum.
am?
Let's end this now.
Father,
Let's end this. Let's get back to regular.
Father, the only reason he's accept here at all now is because I have exposed him to be
No,
from
I
Edo
caught you
supporting
now.
Obaseki.
Why
told you
why
now.
your uncle no do am? Why your
I
uncle no
caught
do
you
am na
now.
bare
I
minimum?
caught you on
Let's
Choco.
move on. Let's move on.
Your uncle could not do the bare minimum. He failed.
Okay, hold on. Let's get back to our normal schedule so that other people can also join the conversation. All right. So now
All right.
I'll play a video of Fubara. What is going on with Fubara. Hope you guys, enjoy it. I don't know whether you can enjoy something like this.
Now,
Oh,
Governor
no,
Siminalayi
Fubara is a
Fubara
chicken.
wants his supporters to join the Rainbow Coalition, the political group championing the re-election of President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State, including the governorship candidate Kingsley Chinda in the forthcoming general election. He said this while performing the groundbreaking ceremony of Riven Medical Industries in Port Harcourt. Kingsley Amajiri has details.
Governor Fubara, who was at Rumose Port Harcourt to perform the groundbreaking ceremony of a joint venture with the state government, noted the effort of President Bola Tinubu in strengthening the economic base of the country. He said his support is born out of his conviction that the president deserves a second term, having delivered on his promises to Nigerians. He therefore urged his supporters to join the Rainbow Coalition in support of President Tinubu and also Kingsley Chinda as the next governor of Rivers State.
I am supporting our Rainbow Coalition. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu is our president and is the one we are supporting. Chinda is the governorship candidate that I am supporting. And anybody who believes in me will support. And every candidate that is under the rainbow.
Kingsley Chinda, is that another Ikwere guy again in River State?
Yeah, it's equally.
This thing that they are doing, and it's going to send bad signal to all the South people that they are using their weight in this, because actually they are actually minorities in the state. Can you believe that? They are actually minorities in the state, but somehow, because of the weight of the Igbo people, they are using it to dominate the state. And that could be a bad signal that they are sending. Because Fubara just ran for one term. They think all these things don't have consequences. They have consequences. Before you know it, you want to run for presidency, those people will not support you because they feel they will see all these type of things that you are doing. Because it's a little bit unseemly what I'm seeing going on in the South. Soon there will be a problem there if they are not careful. All right, let me go on to the next one. Which one is another Nigerian one out there? Let's see. There's not that much. I think we talked about this the national security one. I think let me see if I can find that Nigeria. Which one is this one? Okay, there is another one that a Nigerian was attacked in South Africa. Let's play that one.
During a police operation in Cape Town has sparked outrage and calls for justice from members of the Nigerian community. Chika Ibe reportedly died at the Paxig Villas complex in Belleville. According to the Nigerian Citizens Association South Africa, he was allegedly beaten, tortured, and suffocated during the operation. His death has left many in the community angry and searching for answers. Protesters have gathered outside police offices, demanding an independent investigation and accountability for what happened. The incident comes at a time of rising anti-migrant sentiment in South Africa. In recent months, anti-migrant protests and violent attacks have forced thousands of African migrants to either leave the country or return to their home nations. Now, many are asking whether enough is being done to protect migrants and ensure justice when such incidents occur.
That's one issue that was raised. Now, I'll just dart around the world and just play all the videos out so that, let me go to the one Ghana is taking.
South Africa is now a continent-wide issue. The country is yet again being called xenophobic, Afrophobic, and unsafe for foreigners. And now Ghana is doubling down on its push to take this debate to the African Union. Recent anti-migrant violence compelled over 160,000 foreigners to flee South Africa. They had to leave behind their businesses, homes, and even families. Vigilante groups were seen pulling migrants from homes whom they believed to be undocumented. Accra has been Pretoria's fiercest critic amid the xenophobia row. Back in May, Ghana first pushed for the African Union to debate the violence against migrants. And this week, Ghanaian President Mahama renewed that call. This week, Accra hosted the AU Extraordinary Summit, and on the sidelines of it, Mahama held bilateral talks with the AU Commission Chairman, Mahmoud Ali Youssef. And following that, he put up a post on his X handle.
During bilateral talks on the sidelines of the AU Extraordinary Summit in Accra, I reiterated Ghana's call for the African Union to formally address the escalating xenophobic attacks on foreign nationals in South Africa. I am pleased that AU Commission Chairman Mahmoud Ali Youssef has acknowledged the urgent need to table this matter for discussion at the next AU Summit.
Nigeria, too, has supported Ghana's call to discuss the escalating xenophobic attacks in South Africa at the next AU summit. The two have joined forces against the South African government, whom they believe is not doing enough to stop the menace. But Pretoria continues to deny all allegations. Ramaphosa's spokesperson has slammed Nigeria and Ghana for trying to isolate South Africa on the continent diplomatically. But as a matter of fact, the stakes are too high for South Africa to not get into crisis management mode, which is why the Ramaphosa government is turning to quiet diplomacy. Earlier this week, South Africa sent a special envoy to Ghana. He met with President Mahama in a bid to repair the strained ties.
In my meeting with a special envoy dispatched by President Cyril Ramaphosa to meet with me in Accra earlier in the week, I made Ghana's position clear to the envoy. We do not harbor ill will toward South Africa. However, we remain deeply concerned about the attacks and the significant capital losses suffered by people from various countries on the continent. This undermines the very spirit of African solidarity and our collective efforts toward continental integration.
So who was this envoy? Now, he was South Africa's Foreign Minister, Ronald Lamola. He posted
Father, we can't hear you. You are muted.
Sorry about that. Sometimes I always forget I mute these things. So, do you know that Ghana has deferred from renewing the license of a gold mining company in Ghana that belongs to South Africa? They basically have cancelled that contract. It was due to be renewed, I think, this year or in the coming year. So they are not giving it. They want it to be local now because of what South Africa has done. And this issue, I think people are not paying attention to it, because if you look at South Africa is functioning almost like a hoovering element in Africa, whereby they invest heavily in Africa. I didn't know that before. They invest quite heavily in Africa, and they hoover billions of dollars home. And most of those resources, they tend to belong to of course, any country where the elites get the money, most of the money, and those elites are Europeans basically. So, but with all the things that are happening now, is as a matter of fact, I actually think it's an opportunity for Nigeria to displace South Africa, because South Africa has completely damaged its reputation in many African countries. And if in terms of this in business, you look at what Dangote is doing right now, and it's almost as if it's happening at the right time too for Nigeria. If Nigeria is clever, they will be able to, what you're hearing about MTN, you're going to be hearing Glow and Nigerian companies all over the continent. They should be able to spread it if they wanted to. Not to mention in music, not to mention in movies. Many of the African countries now, they are not in the mood for South Africa, because they watch South Africans attack their citizens repeatedly over and over again. And I really think it's an opportunity for Nigeria. I don't know whether Nigerian leaders are seeing it, whether they are trying to capitalize on it. I don't know. But if I was them,
my senator saw it. Oshomole saw it.
Oshomole was saying that we should seize their company. I don't know whether he saw that we should
nationalize it.
Did he say that we should displace South Africa in terms of internationally?
So we start from somewhere. They are bigger. They are bigger in Nigeria than Ghana. No, they are bigger in Nigeria than Ghana. They are making a lot more money from Nigeria.
Yeah. So you see, South Africa are even doing the right thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem the federal government of Nigeria, they are not doing enough. You see, South Africa will not do this during Obasanjo. They will not try. You see, the way they've treated Nigeria and other African countries, you expect Nigeria to lead that fight.
You would think they
there
would just
should be there should be consequences.
You need to understand there's a change of government in South Africa. Not change in the sense that not that they take the government, the man out of power. The last election gave a different party, a minority party that was dominated by the Africans. The immigrants from Ghana more. So they are the one pushing this thing, because that the march, as you can see, it is well organized. That's to tell you, there's finance and organization from the top.
Yeah, but I think the South African government is involved too, because they are not doing.
No, yeah, of course. That's why I say, yeah. What I'm saying, that's the change that when you say that to say now, ambassador no good try. I'm saying that different government there now, and those government against it, they are pushing for it. So of course, this is a government thing. It's at the top. And I think the best way is to actually go after them too at the top.
Tinubu is kind of running the country. It's almost as if he's not there, and he leads. Basically, South Africa is our foreign ministry now, and Ghana is our foreign ministry, and anything that is happening on the continent, Tinubu is like absentee landlord.
He knows the weight of Nigeria and the continent. They can only You know, they will talk it out. You know, that's you have to look at. It's a product of his time. These people and the man in South Africa said they're almost in the same
He
category.
was a
So
very noise. He was a big noise maker. Now he wasn't like very quiet when Abacha was in office. They were very noisy.
he was looking for power. Now he's in power and he's looking for it again. He has to tread carefully.
What is there to treat carefully? You are one of the largest countries in Africa. You
No,
have leverage
he
over South
wants
Africans.
re-election now.
Sorry, we have leverage over against South Africans because South Africa makes billions of dollars from Nigeria every year with MTN and all the other companies.
It means they lobby the government. They lobby the government heavily. So the man they look for re-election.
They can't be killing your people. You are discussing what you have to act. That's exactly what Ghana are doing. You can't allow them to be killing your people. You will discuss what.
Tinubu is looking for re-election.
But South Africa are not going to vote for Tinubu. Why can't
you make the money?
Don't you know that that will make Tinubu popular if he defended Nigeria's citizens?
But hold on, it's not about popularity. It's about negotiation. Power for Nigeria and negotiation.
What do you mean negotiation? You see,
South Africa hold on. Now money they take they mobilize people now. If you agree that South Africans are investing heavily in Nigeria and the government is not doing anything, that should tell you one thing. They lobby the government heavily. That's what it means. So the government is gaining. So they
lobby in what sense? In what sense of lobby the government in what sense? I don't understand what you're saying.
I think it's probably saying that they may be bribing some of our officials to look the other way out. Is that what you mean?
That's what lobby no be bribe. That bribe now. So if I operate
that official deserves to
hold on. If I get a company for South Africa, right, and it's big enough for the federal government to note and be in bed with me, and the South Africa is having conflict in my country, what do you think I will be doing? Me that get that country, I go they lobby the South Africa. They make they put temper with justice. They should approach people and all that. Anybody will raise the issue of nationalization in my company, I go lobby them. That's what lobby is about.
Why are they not lobbying Ghanaians? Why is he not working for Ghanaians?
They don't agree now. Lobby don't mean that you must agree. Our own leaders are benefiting. They enjoy them. That's why I said the man is running for election. I am not saying I am not defending them. I'm just telling you exactly what is happening.
You know what? AY and maybe OV has a point here because it doesn't seem to make sense. My other explanation is that maybe Nigeria is looking at it from the point of view that if they lash out against South Africa.
No, look at it again from the media perspective.
That big brother name that they like to have will be hurt. And
look at the media. Let me tell you this.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
The idea for business, like when businesses, because in business you don't want to use your feelings or anything to just go after business. Because if you go after business, then other people will be thinking, look at what they are doing now. If something happens to them, you can come after their business. And this is why Egypt and Jordan, even when the Israel is slaughtering Palestinians, they were still doing business with them. They were still sending crude oil to them and stuff to them.
But look at this issue from the Nigerian media perspective. Just look at them Aerofy, the way that they defend South Africa when Ojomole come. Why do you think they are doing that? If you look at all the advertisements in within these days newspapers and their own organization, I guarantee you 40% of those ads money is coming from South African company. So they could defend them, die. The RICs, they could defend them, die. Because if they withdraw, if federal government take that have nationalized their company or take that South Africa eventually come up with Nigeria, they go suffer.
So that's why they don't have to nationalize it now. They just have to give it to a private person like Dangote.
I'm not saying from the reaction of the media people, you will know where who they benefit. You will know who they benefit from which country.
I hear your point that maybe there's something going on. I don't know what it is. If
there
it's
is something.
Right, I don't know.
When they launched MTN, that was a big thing. Now when the National Assembly themselves, they are asking for more bribe. And normal. When South Africa face a big MTN, do not Obasanjo. Maybe a person where they kill license now. You know how much you collect from the South Africa MTN people and
have a close relative who work at the top of MTN. Then when they just become that,
I tell you, Tinubu is one of the luckiest presidents of all time, and I just hope he doesn't feel, because he's trying to sabotage it, but somehow the economy is still recovering. He came in at the right time for so many things. Like if I was him right now, man, all the business that all those billions that other guys raking in, I will go and corner at least 50% of them and bring
but
it.
you know, boy, ain't no get shares for all those business too. Now partnership, Bola Tinubu na. For you to keep quiet.
The
All
guy
those
now.
partnerships now within, not be Lagos in there.
Yeah,
Everything
now.
comes to Lagos now. So it's partner with all those South African business people, all the business they did Nigeria. It's part owner of those business. Not them. Oshobole just dey shout because he's looking for something, right?
No,
They use that.
but to be fair, most of the business is still South African owned, though, so I don't think it's.
Their collaboration with Nigeria
No, there
people,
are Nigerians that have
all
it
these
shares
generals
now.
wait if our money come out. What they go use and do? They go use
Even
and
today,
bring
they
business
see
come.
accuse Obasanjo as
Now
savage
Nigerians get
share
almost all the business South Africans. They collaborate.
Hold on, see, look at what one of the.
That Nigeria do. Let me tell you.
See the military guys, all their loot, what did they use and do? They go use and form partnership with other African companies.
Forefather, Nigeria, when they are in government, they do those kind of stuff. That is what Oseweka, what was it called? Godfather wanted to do in Edo State.
They are bankers. Now them be the thief.
So they try to get involved in some of the company and get shares from them. Use state money to defraud the.
I don't know waiting Okpebolo give you chop. Wait, make you talk like this.
I'm referring to your godfather.
That's the same thing Obaseki give you job. I ain't give us job.
So here what is going on here. Someone in the chat is saying that Tinubu did something to South Africa whereby there was a company in Nigeria that was making about $3 billion every year from Nigeria, and Tinubu opened the area the company operates in to competitors, basically, so that other people can make that have a share of that $3.something billion. So that's what
the biggest Nigerian investor.
I need to confirm it. Yeah?
The biggest Nigerian investor in South Africa now, who you can say it be?
In South Africa?
Yes, one of the biggest investors in South Africa, but are Nigerian.
I think, was it not an article I heard of?
Yes, you are correct. Why do they keep quiet on this? Why? It's
he doesn't care about those things. They are killing Nigerians. He barely cares.
Yes, he and the president they be right up par of South Africa. So forget all those our men.
That was under Zuma, if I'm not mistaken, when he.
It's a businessman. No, it's a business. Don't close. He's still heavily invested in South Africa.
I don't know what kind of business this one is. So where your citizens kept getting attacked regularly and you keep accepting it. I don't know what kind of business that is.
Now them you go blame. You go say now which kind of human being them be. You know go say now which then you go be specific. Yeah, their business first though. They don't be human being. No go there. No bet your money on them. That they will choose Nigerians over their business. Don't bet your money. You will lose.
Okay, now let's move on from South Africa, because South Africa is one of those countries that the way they talk, those guys, I don't understand what world they think they are living in. They are being like spoiled brats at the moment. Let me go to the next one. The next one is Mamdani.
Nor is any other war criminal at large.
This was a video posted by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani on social media late on Tuesday, accusing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of war crimes and genocide in Gaza. In the video, he references an arrest warrant issued in November 2024 by the International Criminal Court, accusing Netanyahu of crimes against humanity in connection with the war in Gaza. The world's top crime court's warrant did not mention genocide. The warrant said there was reason to believe Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant have used starvation as a method of warfare by restricting humanitarian aid, and have intentionally targeted civilians in Israel's campaign against Hamas in Gaza. Charges Israeli officials deny. 73,000 people have been killed in Israel's military offensive in Gaza since the start of the war, according to Gaza's health ministry.
With their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience, should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law.
Netanyahu is set to come to New York City for the United Nations General Assembly in September. Mamdani said his administration had reviewed whether New York City could execute the ICC's warrant against Netanyahu, and said they do not have the legal authority to enforce it. But he added that the federal government, however, does.
We can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
The video follows comments by Mamdani published in the New York Times, where he said that Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. US President Donald Trump has given assurance to Netanyahu, posting on social media that he would not be arrested in any way, shape or form while in the United States of America. Mamdani's comments on Monday and video on Tuesday are in line with the tone he struck during his mayoral campaign. Israel's ambassador to the UN criticised Mamdani's post, saying the mayor was elected to serve New Yorkers.
For him, let's go to the next news. That's about arresting
Why are
Netanyahu.
they worried? Why are they worried about this local government chairman? Why would I? Yeah.
That government chairman.
None, it don't matter. I just
Most of the establishment is corrupt now. Most of the establishments is corrupt, so nobody's holding.
But most importantly, the guy, they no fee arrest him because he's coming for a UN assignment. But two, United States is not even a legal signatory to those their ICC bullshit.
Yes, that's true. That's what he's arguing for. He's saying that they can do it, but they are choosing not to do it.
Yeah, now that's what I talk now. There's a federal, there's a state before him will be local government chairman. All these things are just for media stunts. No,
It's for media stunt. Let him come to the state now.
He will come now. What you want to stop him?
Okay, we'll see.
Madani, he does not have the power to arrest that criminal.
He can't do anything.
But no, even any president at all, when he's on official visit to UN, you know if you don't have anything. And the charter, the use of the charter be that. I don't know why people can.
If Maduro came to New York, Trump would not have taken him. I don't think it would make a difference.
No. The Maduro, they are under the influence of the influence of the United States. You see the Monroe Doctrine, and the one with Donald Trump renew them. Those ones they no get choice. That's the pain to have a neighbor as a superpower. That's different.
Yeah.
That's different.
Now, to all those people that want Trump to come and bomb Nigeria because he loves our Christians so much, he's so nice to us, and for all those people that lack so much ambition for our people, keep saying that we cannot talk about this, we cannot talk about that, we cannot get. Let me play this video so that we see what Trump is doing. He did this week.
So President Trump approving a landmark nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia, which will give American companies a major role in developing nuclear infrastructure overseas. The president addressing concerns about the nuclear proliferation in the Middle East with a Truth Social post moments ago, saying the civil nuclear deal, there will be no enrichment of material being made between the United States Department of Energy and Saudi Arabia, which pertains only to non-military use, such as the ones that Iran and UAE and others already have, will be approved, but is totally subjected to Saudi Arabia joining the very respected and successful Abraham Accords. The United States is not opposed to civil, non-enriched nuclear capabilities. So that's a little different than the deal we thought, and that has just been clarified by the president himself. Let's take a closer look. Essentially, this is a 30-year deal on nuclear. What's good about it? Russia and China aren't doing it. We're doing it. We're building it. It's our contract. U.S. company is going to build the Saudi reactors. That's going to be great. Could allow uranium enrichment in Saudi Arabia, getting kind of a mixed play on that. As you know, the UAE says, we'll take the nuclear program, you can enrich it and just bring it back. They're saying in Saudi Arabia, we'd like to enrich it, but we won't bring it up to weapons grade. The U.S. says there'll be safeguards there, but some say the IAEA protocol safeguards are not going to apply to this. We'll see if that could be clarified and if Congress will make them be part of that. If they're going to sign off on it, they're going to get this proposal and they have to sign off on it too. So just a quick idea. These countries down here, they can enrich, but they're not enriching. You got Brazil, you got Argentina, you got Belgium, and you got obviously Iran and Japan. So now over here, these are the
those
ones
are nuclear
that
threshold
are
nations he was mentioning by
so
the
they
way.
have nuclear energy, they're enriching it outside. These are the ones, including France, England, Russia, and of course China that do it themselves. They're considered known nuclear powers. Meanwhile, here to discuss this is former Trump Deputy National Security Advisor KT McFarland. KT.
You see that we are not even on the list of potential nuclear power. We don't even.
You are funny.
You won't jump.
We are not even on any list at
Let
all.
me
All the
quickly.
people that are saying Trump should come and bomb, I was telling them now that Trump is a friend of the Muslims that you are saying he's killing you.
No. Let me say
He wants
something on
to give them
this.
nuclear technology.
Let me say something on this. Father, if you remember, we were having discussion. I said one big thing MBS can achieve in this administration is to start building its nuclear capacity, which I think he has achieved. You see, America, is so interesting how they play these crazy games, right? The way they are about to start the Saudi nuclear program now, that was how they started the Iranian nuclear program you are seeing today, the one who bombed today. The Iranian nuclear program you are seeing, it was America that started it during what was that king? During the Shah regime. That was what happened. So it's a good one for Saudi if they're able to achieve that. The only bad part is forcing them to join the Abraham Accord. I think it's going to be a big disappointment. A disappointment is sell out to the Arab world if Saudi are going to accept that agreement without demanding for Palestinian state. It's going to be a big disappointment because it's going to be a failure. I don't think they should go into such agreement without demanding for a Palestinian state. That's the only thing I see.
I feel like America is going to back down. I think America is going to back down because
so Netanyahu.
Back down for what?
So Trump is don't forget there is a lot of money that we exchange hand. Netanyahu, is serious already. No, they can't have this deal. Blah blah blah. Even if you want to sell F-35 jet for any country around the Middle East, Netanyahu, the evil man, will always go after it. So it's not even surprising. But we see what happened.
Netanyahu is running for re-election in the next couple of months. I know what they play with, so he's running for the election. I want to arrest him. And I'm Mamdani, that they said. This one I just for talk. I just for TV.
Mamdani might end up being a scapegoat. I don't take that guy seriously.
No, nothing will happen with Mamdani because the people are with him. Nothing will happen to him.
Netanyahu is America's girlfriend. Nothing will do Netanyahu. Nothing.
Netanyahu grew up for America.
No, Mamdani does not even have the power to arrest Netanyahu. That's the truth. He actually said it.
If the guy tries too much, he might go for it.
What I'm thinking is that because I think, if I'm correct, Saudi Arabia has already got a lot of nuclear material from China.
Oh, no man.
And because they've already got it, and they also have some kind of alliance with Pakistan, America will not have any choice than to back down, especially if Iran starts going even further in the direction that they are going right now.
Back down on what?
America will back down from demanding that Saudi Arabia has to be part of the Abraham
Accord.
Yeah, they will have to back down from that and allow Saudi Arabia, because that way at least you can keep an eye on them than the other way around. Before you go and let China, Russia, maybe even Iran to work with Saudi Arabia, you don't want that to happen. So that's why I don't have a leverage against Saudi Arabia anymore. Saudi Arabia is almost a nuclear threshold nation now.
There's something you don't understand. You don't understand. During the pandemic, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is a shortage of flow of money. You know if you sell, you know if you buy. How do you think the Arab countries survive?
They have reserve now.
They have to America have to open their credit line for them. They run out of their reserve.
But America owes them, not the other way around.
You don't understand how this war works. I think you guys are carried away. Say China won't take over the world first. Because first of all, you need to understand the stages before you even dream of taking over the world. There are stages. So they even finish stage one, getting their independence when I say they want to take over the world. Right? In as far dollar still remains the empire, of America. Everybody is indebted to them. Nobody indebted to anybody. So during that pandemic, a lot of the other countries run out of their money, even their reserve. They have to open their credit line for them. Now, again, if you understand when Iran started going off, which country collect missile pass? Not be Israel, but UAE. Why? Because for the past 20 years, money done they repatriate go UAE and Singapore. Due to the fact that the Switzerland, and the Switzerland be the bank of the world before now, they are abusing the relationship we have with Putin because of the fight with Putin, because pretty much they are the globalists. So if they find you say you agree with Putin, they go say, oh, you be friend of Putin, they go seize your money, seize your property and all that. So people where they deal with money begin feel say, okay, there's problem here, and they begin go UAE and Singapore. That's what make UAE what it is there today. So when those missiles begin enter, what do you think is happening? Everybody begin moving back. So if you pay attention to movement of money, where are those money they go today? Coming to where you dey, AY. So very soon, Pakistan and India go start. China and Taiwan go at each other. Putin don't declare war already on Ukraine officially. So and European nations are getting up to back Ukraine. So the war is everybody going to start. It go stand on its own. So within the next 5 to 10 years, the map where you they see today go they different. All this one now they talk say Pro go back down. When I think that Trump now they start war. I say when they look at the wrong direction, it's not up to the president to come and start or to stop war. The war don't change, and it's not going to happen by handshake. The last time shit like this happened was in the early 1900, eventually to First World War and Second World War. The same thing is going to happen. It's not going to happen in the bomb.
I feel like the way the world is going right now, there is some argument that it's going to go in your direction, but I get a feeling that it may not, because if you look at the Soviet Union, America knew that if they went the hard way, the way they went with Japan and all the rest, it's not going to end well for them too. So, and China is even a bigger problem. I feel I'm more worried that China and America will reach a New Berlin kind of arrangement that will check all the others, because technically China has leverage over Russia to an extent, and America has leverage over India to an extent. So they could split the world in half, and that will be the end of the story.
No, but before they go reach there, something will happen. The war against Russia and Europe against Russia, where you do. Europe don't finish, oh. You know, when I mean don't finish, then no good day as one again. Oh. Now they are dismantling and they happen and start, so they won't pick up with Russia. So Ethiopia, you know now, it's never going to be like everybody will stand on his own.
Well, Europe is going to see beyond this thing on the that's the kind of the arms of America, because America, they see the way Europe is integrated with an American military system. You can't separate them.
Hold on, no be now. No, they see they do gra now, Abi. No be now. They go finish. How long? As long as it takes, America is 100% safe in everything. They're not going to go bankrupt for the next 30, 40 years in terms of anything. Now planning, now they see all these people they know get, they know everything just happen like that. Now they don't plan, they come. Europe, they go everybody go break down on their knees first. The world go sell before they go come back, give them a deal that will bring them back to life. Now deal they go bring just like the way they give them deal in after Second World War, the Marshall Plan. Now the same deal they go receive. China, the more this waiting they happen for the Middle East they happen. China they finish you. Something you don't understand. Their last chance now to pick on to go all out with the Taiwan and wait somebody will come say, yeah.
China is finished. Okay, keep saying that then.
See, just like Europe, they are saving grace now to pick up war with Russia, Abi. China
no, actually, it's not the only country that it is in its interest to have Europe fight Russians is the US and Great Britain.
No.
The Europeans don't have any dog in that fight. They are not supposed
Hold on. What did Europe get? What do they have to offer the world? Nothing. Now then they extract all over the place. That's how they survive.
have
It's done.
technology. They have technology. They have.
Hold on now. You are see the word of yesterday don't feel. You are still thinking about yesterday. It's gone. Which
No, I'm
technology
talking
they
about
get?
now, like the people that make some of the most advanced
Which
equipment.
technology they
Hold on
get
now, let me
now?
tell you
I'm
now.
asking you, yeah.
And that's why I'm telling you that some of the most advanced microchips in the world.
For which country?
Netherlands. That's where they make the equipment that they use to
Oh.
manufacture it. Without that equipment, forget it. This TCMC that you are hearing about in Taiwan, nothing.
See, you go and
The
go
equipment is
go
worth
back.
more than $1 billion. One
Go
equipment.
back. Hold on. Go back and read within the end of Second World War. Every agreement that they put in place. Who tell you because they your country now your country get them?
What?
The question I ask you, waiting Europe gets to offer the world today? Nothing. Now extract.
Oh
Hold
my
on now.
God!
Hold on.
How can you say
Hold,
that?
hold on. Let me finish. When I talk about nationalists and globalists, who dominate globalism? Not be Europeans. What did they do? Extraction. They extract from other colonies. That's how they survive. What's stupid
America.
technology?
It's
The
America.
engine room. On the engine room of your entire technology now, Germany. Germany is done. Yeah, you they look at yesterday,
Why
they
do you
say
keep saying all this? I don't know why Americans like even Piers Morgan the other day just like
hold on. You not agree with
hold on. Let me talk finish because Piers Morgan the other day was saying it like why is it that Americans they will just make it look like Muslims are running
no, this is not
London. Hold on now. Then they will, now you are coming that say Germany is dead. Have you even been to these countries?
hold
They are
on, hold
very
on,
much
hold
alive.
on. For father, wait. Before you no agree my story at all. But you start with say, say some people don't they say the thing will come my way. It is because you are still dwelling on what is happening now. You lack the ability to look further because you don't know what happened yesterday. When I say it's done,
Because I know
wait, hold on. When I say
Europe is
when
actually
hold
more new
on now,
research
let
in
me
America.
explain what I mean by it. When I say it's
That's
done,
what Neil deGrasse Tyson was complaining about the other day. Europe is actually doing more new research than the US.
oh my God, let me tell you something? Let me finish when I say what I say Europe is done now. Done means in the next 10 years. They see what they move come up for Germany. Now, they do bring in, Abi. Now, they are experts, they move on now as we speak.
The experts are moving
People are preparing for war. Europe is preparing for war. So you just follow finance. People is preparing for war. War.
The only reason why they are preparing for war is because of America. That's the only reason.
So, see, we agree that the world has changed. How you think, what are the changes that we are talking about? Economy will crumble, economy will flourish. That's what the change means. This is just the tip of, we just the start. It's just the beginning. Just be patient. Just pay attention to economies around the world. Pay
Like
attention to
America is
economies
doing
around the
anywhere
world.
anytime soon. I don't see America getting any stronger than it has been in the last. Like I think the golden age of America was the 2000s. No, the 90s and early 2000s. Although
But you are seeing it. You are not seeing it from their journey. Where how they take get to that place. America go suffer first before they come out. Before they won the Second World War in the 1920s, people they beg for street now. When I mean people, every American pretty much they ration food as you usually said in the 1920s. 20 years after what happened, they took on the world. So what will happen? What will happen?
They did not have Soviet Union. They did not have China. There's a difference now. There are
But
other
what was
major powers.
hold your peace now? What was America then? It wasn't the world powers that the other power. No, there were other powers. He was just the rising power. He rise to stay at the top. Now you are saying he's going down. It is a question of contention, right? Because of what is happening. I am saying what is happening. Of course they go depreciate because they are in war. They fight war everywhere. Economy, as why they complain.
You agree now? The moment they depreciate, that's my point. America's power
No, they
is
are
going to bring down. It's not going to be as powerful as it was before anymore.
They are not. When you say America is depreciated, that means the world is at war. The whole world they go down. Now we all come up first. Now you dey talk. You
China is going
understand?
to come up first. China will be the first to come up because they
Now
are.
this is where people get China wrong. China have to first of all secure their sovereignty, then dominate their neighborhood. If you know if you tell who can't do business for your neighborhood, you are finished.
But China has its sovereignty. I don't know why we
No,
are
no,
saying.
but yes, but they cannot deter anybody from America from coming to trade with other part of the country or determine their
But
foreign policy.
Paulo, if you watch how America operate, America will never allow any country to dominate their region. It's not
That's
going
the
to
part
happen.
we are seeing. No,
Yeah,
they don't. Hold on, I'm not
even
talking about.
Russia, that is what they are doing to Russia.
Hold on, I'm not
That's
talking
the
about
war we
America.
see today.
So for China to
But
assume the lead,
but
hold on,
they will
for China
not have a
to
choice.
for China to assume the leadership of the world, he have to be able to sit down for that region, the southeast region, which is the most richest region right now in the world, economically speaking, and going forward. He has to be able to say, "Come, yeah, we don't want to see
You have
your
a point.
2 leg for Japan. We don't want to see your 2 leg for North Korea. We don't want to see your 2 leg." Until they're able to do that, they never reach the idea
You
they
have
want
a
to the world.
point, but it's
But
going to
that's
be
what
hard.
America did. And that was the mistake the British made by allowing America to the two American sides, North and West, to come together and become so powerful beyond control. And this is the consequences we are seeing. But this is the first time his country is dominating the whole region
So
and
AY, you
outside
were
the
saying
region.
that you agree with what he said. What did he say that you agree
No,
with?
what he's saying, right? So technically, it's right because if you watch America policy, they don't want any superpower. They don't want you to control your region. So that's why they don't trust anybody. They always checkmate you. I'll give you an example.
That's what Nigeria is
The
suffering.
Russia-Ukraine war, the only reason they wanted to push Ukraine into NATO so that they can keep checkmating Russia. If you
Just
watch
keep them busy.
China, Taiwan, they are using them. In India, even India, despite they have some level of relationship with America, they still use Pakistan to checkmate them because India, they are bigger threat than Pakistan. So they still use Pakistan to checkmate them. So in North Korea, they use South Korea to checkmate you. So they always have a way of working out this island.
The stage where American planners there now the stage of forming anti-regional hegemony coalition for Southeast. The Indians, the Japanese, the Australia, right? They are coming together, not necessarily because of America, but because of their own interests. Because if China eventually become regional power, waiting Mexico, Venezuela, Cuba, they suffer now. So they go suffer from the hand of Chinese. The same thing if we become regional power, all those sponsor countries they go suffer from our hand, right? So they are forming coalition based on their own interests too. They want to defend, they want to make sure that China no overblown out of that region, no take full control of that region. And America should get that interest. America should get that interest.
Let me say this. Let me say this for further. You will learn something from this. So if you look at China, they have their, every country have their own policy. China policy is not to expand across their borders.
No, but they will go after their brothers next year.
If China really want to go outside their borders, they can't do it. America will do nothing. For example,
no lie.
Let me finish it. Let me just listen to me first. If China insists they want to go outside their border, they can work with any country and offer them more than what America are offering them. Offer them security too. If America
hold on, AY, forget America first. Them get their own interest for their neighbor not to be bigger than them. Not their own personal interest. Forget even that before America comes.
Of course.
So the question is, if China wants anything, we'll go for that. No, in the international, anything where if you can take it, go for it. They can't, but
it's the policies, to be honest. You have to look at their policies too. Go ahead.
Make I tell you about the policy now. For the very first time, they don't pass policy to go after their citizens outside their soil. Legally speaking, means if you are a Chinese man, right? You in Nigeria, you are talking ill of their China relationship with Taiwan. They will come after you. It has never happened before. Now, their first time to draw that law with that. So the next thing means they go come fire you. So what that means to the American who they view from afar, they are making a move to unite with their brother, and they will do it. They will do it now because they know America cannot. Not say America no fit do anything, but they are engaged. America no will go all out. This is their own. This is just me seeing the calculation from there. Because right now, that is the next move, anti-coalition. So people like Japan, South Korea, this other country where it's actually doing well. Nothing you won't offer them.
I don't think. Let me say
them go agree, make China power over them. What you won't give India?
Okay, hold on for a second. Now. I don't think China. We think we know China, but I think China is following a strategy whereby of the least. It's almost like they are using the art of war. They want to defeat you without fighting you. And
Of course.
I feel like when China will look at Taiwan and say, you know what, I'm not going to invade it. I'm just going to get bigger and stronger and stronger and stronger till even the people within the country will start subscribing to my influence. They will not have a choice because America will
But what if your growth is being strived? They strive your growth because that is what is happening. They are containing your growth. What will you do? How long can you expect them people continue you? You go explain. You have to make. You can't continue being on the defensive
West
side.
cannot contain China now. It's only with negotiation they can have. They're not going to be able to contain China.
What do you think is happening in Iran? What do you think is happening in Iran?
No, that is it.
About Iran?
See, if you think that thing is containing China, do you know Chinese right now they are building how many nuclear power plants? These guys are building nuclear power plants if it's nothing, not to mention coal and all the rest. See, they are building at such a large scale. I don't think America has.
Yeah, I know by 2030 they will have over 1,000 nuclear.
China is building to be able to defend their sovereignty when they need to.
What they have already can defend their sovereignty. What are you talking about?
That's
China
what I'm
have
saying.
over
Hold on now. Now the same thing with the talk when they need to, right? That is it. That is their dream for now. Their long-term dream, which is taking over the war. My brother, you never reached that dream yet.
No, they don't care. See, China is very content with where they are, and they know the longer they are doing.
But guess what?
You know,
guess
hold on.
what?
Let me finish what I'm saying. You know what we're talking about, the economic system that the Chinese are operating right now? It makes them even more resilient than the West. The West is going to experience big problems when AI start taking a lot of jobs, and then the oligarchs become even more and more powerful. The West is going to have to decide how do they contain these oligarchs so that the wealth can still get to the people. But in the case of China, because they are half communist, social, this in communist already, it's easier for them to transition.
Father, the Chinese, as you know them very well, they have not forgotten their past. Right? Now, because they were self-contained in the past, now everything make them no expand. And if British people they come buy something, they say, no, we don't even need your money. We need your just pay us, we don't need your goods. They are self-contained. They will not do that again. So that's why they will keep building their military might. In case they need to defend themselves, because they will need to. Once you sit down for one place, they group yourself, somebody will come and look for your trouble.
But I think the way Chinese is doing it is that they are doing it in a different way. They want to they will keep building their military. They're not going to take it for granted. They're going to be building to the point whereby you'll be looking at them and like, these guys could eat me alive, but let me just leave them be.
Because even the world, you can't just sit down and stay and say you could just enjoy yourself. Somebody will come and look for your trouble. So it's the world where we did. They will agree to make peace for the next 100 years.
See,
right?
Hold on. Have you seen that huge guy? Have you seen that huge guy on the street that is about 7 feet tall? And then nobody wants to trouble him because he's so big that if you fear that even if he's a gentle giant, but you will not want to trouble him because just in case he decides to lash out. That is how the Chinese behave. They manage to dominate the world without firing a shot. Do you know how you have to do that? What it takes to do that?
But what we see now, where each of them will achieve their goal, where the America can fit contain the other, they go see because that's where now there we did now. It's just that we with a rush. The war will go round. It never go round. It go in the next 5 years. It will just increase. It will go round.
Ovi, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. How come you see sometimes when we discuss geopolitics, what is going on in the world? Even when you see country like Pakistan, country like Turkey, country like Iran, from what you are seeing, they know what is going on. Their leaders participate. If you watch Pakistan, they deal with China, they deal with America. They kind of like balance their interests. How come in African countries, there is no country that really understand, no leadership that understand where the world is going, what is going on?
Not that we don't care. Hold on, not that we don't understand. We cannot fight back. We don't have the economy to fight back. We don't have
to prepare. We can be preparing small.
That's why I use Nigeria as an example that time. I use nationalists and globalists. Globalists now extraction, then Tinubu, then they extract.
We will get nationalists, we go say na lie, we go die. This is our lie, we go protect. Anybody they can't do business, we go do in our own time. So across Africa, nobody done did that have that mind.
But
So
I remember somebody answered this question, one of the guests.
I guess
When you look at the presidential candidate, let's say in 2023, now the Peter Obi, Tinubu, Okonkwo, Atiku, all of them are globalists. They don't even have
that they fear.
They are scared because this movement. Look at small Mamdani. Look at what he did in New York, telling men.
Men did that one, but again, we no go feel fight back. Pakistan they don't do get their new. So that's why they use it. Now only country where nationalists they in charge. That's what China is going through. That's what Russia did. All this country.
There's something AY said about Pakistan, and that it's one of the findings I kind of, I don't know what I've concluded for that, but I found that almost all the nations that broke out of the control of the West, at one point in time, they strategically shifted to one power. They didn't try to play both sides continuously.
Yeah.
So you have to, like, there was a time India was very, very close to the Soviet Union. They were not that close to the West at all. And that was the period they became nuclear. The same thing with.
But let us not throw Nigeria under the box. Nigeria did it in the 70s.
My problem with the Nigeria's case is that we pretend as if we are non-aligned when we are totally signed on to the West without any of the.
No, we are aligned to the West. That one is clear.
We are not even. But that's the problem. We are cheating ourselves by saying we are non-aligned, but we are in reality while we are actually aligned to the West. Because if you are let me finish. Because if you consciously choose to align yourself to the West, there are certain things you are going to demand. You're going to say, okay, now I'm your partner. We are going to go deep into this together, and to hell with the rest of the world. You are going
How many Nigerians understand what you just said? No. I'm not stopping you. What you just analyzed. How many Nigerians understand? Now, so these are our leaders behave. They pretend, but they are lying. How many? Only the educated few. You understand? So you see why they are in control, because they refuse to allow the ordinary Nigerian know how the world works. Because if they know, they'll go after them. So you see why they are after the intellectuals. They expect to say that they have a problem. That's the angle I'm coming from.
Let me finish the point I was making. So if the Nigerian leaders now say, I want to align with you, now we have a military alliance, we have to have some kind of defense pact, we are going to exchange weapons, we are going to exchange technology, and I don't mind. You can come and have a military base in my country, I don't mind. And we are even going to have our own there. Like you integrate yourselves, just like even NATO, even Turkey is quite integrated with the West to quite a large degree.
Wow. So, but understand, those people never lost. They never lost their sovereignty.
Africa doesn't seem to be choosing. We pretend as if we are in the middle of everything, but in reality, we are actually aligned to the West, but without any of the perks.
Yes.
I don't know what the point is. That is not an alignment. That is suffer-head arrangement. We're just stuck in the middle.
Suffer-head.
So we will need we will need people that think.
I will not even call it alignment. What is going on in Nigeria, Africa is master-slave relationship.
You cannot be aligned.
Nobody
does alignment when you are standing on
alignment as the excuse. They say we are non-aligned nation. What do you mean you're not aligned? Every day you are in Washington, you are in Buckingham Palace, you are in Champs-Élysées.
If they want to do election now, they go to that mad place. You don't know what they're talking about. To try their life out over there. And they come back.
Now the best chance, the best chance we will the best chance we will get to do that, to make that transition with this phase that is happening. But unfortunately, we have a government who is leaning in.
We are too far behind.
But now when we say the whole world is engaged, the superpower are engaged everywhere.
Okay.
Now you go take stand. But
I fear that we are so far behind that
we're far.
It's gonna require like this Trump war to go crazy, and maybe something catastrophic happen to the West so that it gives us the space. But even then, you still need the leadership in Nigeria to want to do those things. We have not even started.
Exactly. Now waiting, I want to be that. There's nothing in that direction.
We want to build our own nuclear power plant. We've never even done that. We've not even started. Nothing.
We are still struggle to coexist. That's where we are. How we go tell people?
That's where we are. Coexist, yeah.
That's we are. We never
And
agree that we will live together, and this is how we want to live together. We have not there yet.
Why
That's the
do we
problem.
even care about that one? See, the countries model along with that all the time. They don't care. Me, personally, I've
Hold
seen
on, Father, the point I'm trying to make.
they have
The point I'm trying to make. They cannot have one front focus. If you pay attention, when Buhari come, Buhari pivoted to the Chinese, 100%. And it was a little bit to the America too, because of when Trump there around the bomber, he started. They were against this. Now when any southern person come, you see that they will focus on one side again. The point I'm trying to make is when I thought say no be say when you just say country they rubble around, now country will be one be that, right? Now they suffer along, they just take beating from everywhere, but they have one focus that we are going to. The only way we can survive is when we are together with one focus, which is the Chinese. Chinese are different people now, but they understand the threat that there's a unity now go kick these people out. So we are not there yet. With our leader, when I say we, I'm talking about these people where we get now. They are not ringing along that side. How we go to put our differences aside. This motherfucker that building mansion abroad. Every of that thing is still abroad. That's what I mean. They have not agreed to live together. Buhari know they buy house for America, they buy house for Dubai, they buy house for UAE. We know they buy for UAE, no they buy for Dubai, they buy for America, they buy for London. How do you explain that? So there is no unity of purpose.
I thought we didn't have any house in US.
I mean, forget that thing. Anything they tell you go.
We don't have any house in the US.
But the point is that there's no unity of purpose. Nobody can tell me that. There's no unity of purpose.
The unity of purpose is to serve very well. You know,
are they not serving? Are they not serving? They are not just serving you.
Serving the interest of the West. They are
exactly.
That's their unity of purpose.
So my only hope is on the next generation. Where I don't bother, they never born them.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Okay.
Because the dynamics that is creating these things, I'm not even sure, AOI, that the dynamics that is creating this thing is it's like something that the Western people are enforcing very strongly. It has become a culture that is self-reinforcing now.
I asked you one question, but you don't know why I asked you. I said, what in Europe gets? Then they extract. Where are they extracting from? From us. So why they go leave us alone? Why would they leave us alone?
Europe doesn't have anything. Europe has some. Even the UK has oil. Why we keep the housing?
No, you see, to Nigeria. When I say something like that, you are not looking at it in total. Now Euro get 9 in London get 9. No say okay, make the video Europe. Why are they not doing it? Europe, the energy of Europe now depends on Russia, and they don't cut them off. They won't draw a line from us, from Saudi Arabia, from America. That's how we can get to the energy. So what I'm trying to say here, their hope exists that their policy is based on extraction. That is the only way they will not leave us alone. The oil where they can't extract, we don't know, but they know the statistics better than us. That is the only way they are surviving. They are striving.
The US is also based on extraction, though.
Yes. All of them. I am not excluding any one of them. That's why I thought we need nationalists who will draw a line, and we'll go fight for that line. For everybody, not be saying Nigeria, you be America, you be China. I don't give a shit. If you be Ghana, all of them will be the same. If you don't agree with what we do, get the fuck out.
I guess that's where the ideology and vision comes in, because you have to have those sort of things to be able to have a direction of travel, so that everybody knows about it.
Direction of travel. That's what our people don't have.
You have to have it. When I was reading today, when they were discussing about the military, and because when they were talking about the military stuff that Tinubu did, and some people were saying, oh, some people are hungry and all those things. So I was checking some of the information. You can't believe some of it. I don't know how those leaders do it. They are crazy. They deliberately make a decision that, you know what, our country is going to go industrialize. You, the farmers, you have to go and start building machines. And because of that, because the farmers are not in the farm, there will be food shortage. But they still didn't stop. These people are crazy. They still didn't stop. They still carried on building machines even when they are starving. That's crazy.
It's a point, because that when you said that about the Chinese, and I know about that, because we need to get to that point. Something need to happen to us collectively, like something that we maybe maybe we are the serious war people go to see, because something has to happen to either tear us apart or Come, if I not sit down with this Aboki or this go, I no go survive. Until we get to that point, my brother, the next one, because the fight that is going on is to set the next 80 years to 100 years, how the world will flow. That's where the fight. And if we lose out without being a factor, we are over. See, we don't know what
There's
they
an
come.
element of our culture that is, and Kezo, this guy used to say that we have this Zamani culture where we don't care about time. And I noticed that I do that sometimes, whereby you wait till the last minute to get certain things done. Not everybody does that, but some people within our culture, we do that a lot. We wait till the last minute to get it. That's why we are associated with late coming and all this sort of stuff. And that also informs our behavior in terms of defense. Wait until something happens, then that's when we want to start recruiting. I saw that with the Ethiopian leader. And you see that in Sudan. They always wait until something happens. Our civil war, the same thing happened. When the civil war occurred, do you know, before the civil war, we had about 8,000 soldiers.
Make I tell you,
in the country.
Iran. I tell you what Iran they teach the world now. One better lesson where Iran they teach the world. That when you face with adversary, you have to have layers of government. Iran get like 4 layers of government. You take the first one up, it no matter. The second one, it no matter. Guess who is doing it? Taiwan has started implementing that model in case Chinese attack them. They don't build layers of government. Yes, that is what Iran teach the world today. Want to actually have a full sovereignty? Your people where the outside world will deal with now in layers. Trump destroyed pretty much the first layers to their bomb.
I don't know why Taiwan is so scared. I don't think China will attack Taiwan. I get a feeling they won't. They won't. China doesn't like to get his hand dirty. They just like to stay you down. They don't want to get their hand dirty.
Well, they don't want other. See, the whole idea why you care about your neighbors is more other country no infiltrate you through your neighbor. So you have to control what your neighbor does. You don't necessarily want to occupy them. That is the fear. That's why America did it. America, when we say America do Maduro like that because they are just cheap criminal. No, in Chinese have taken over and the Russia have taken over their economy. And it's dangerous. They can just easily enter the American system. So that's what everybody is protecting. So China, they don't necessarily to go occupy the whole Taiwan, but they have to find a way to control who goes in and out. That is the way they will survive. That's part of national security.
They wouldn't have to worry now. They wouldn't have, can you imagine Nigerians going to Taiwan and coming out and China is worried about it?
America will do it. America will do. Those are bigger countries will do it.
My point is that as time goes on, China will be so powerful that they are not going to worry about America's danger to them. They will, whatever America find out, it's not going to be consequential.
Come on, China will always worry now. Always worry
but to the point whereby they will act.
I understand you. That's their goal. That's their goal.
Aggressive towards this Taiwan. They are not going to want to act aggressive, even at the worst of times. Okay, when they go and surround Taiwan and try to do demonstration.
That means you have a deterrent. That means you have the only way. Hold on. The only way people know go come look for trouble. That means you have the deterrent mind. You get the force to anybody who think about you go. It's not like you want to say you want to attack America. You go think twice now. So I understand that is their goal. They will get here eventually. You understand?
And you know why I think they won't. They don't need to attack Taiwan, and not just they won't. They don't need to, because Taiwan just needs to produce one leader that is Beijing oriented. And because all these Western leaders, let me finish my point. Every time they keep electing people that are Western leaning, they will keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it, and sooner or later, since the democracy, they will get tired of you.
If I were China, that's exactly what I would do.
So the China goal is to make sure they don't have them. The China goal is to make sure they don't have democracy, because
you know that is what Putin tried to do in Ukraine. He tried to install a leader that will submit to Russia.
It's always like that now. That's what they do.
Yeah, but the West, they were all there, man. So.
That's the only thing that can cause a war.
So
hold on away. That's it. When I said the Chinese will not go to war with Taiwan, one of the only things that will trigger a war is, let's say they wanted to elect a Chinese leading leader, and the West goes and assassinate that leader the way they did with Russia. Then you could see a situation whereby China will say, you know what, even when the people want to come to us, these people are preventing them, so we have to do something about it. So that is when they will that will tip them into that position to use.
Yes. And I think don't rule that. Don't take it off the table because 60 years ago that was the end. That was the end goal. But if you listen to Trump's speech about first of all, now Marco Rubio, about 2 weeks ago when he organized when he brings 60 countries together, talk about the terrorism of the far left. That their memorandum of operation is assassination. He gave examples of Lumumba, they assassinate people, and they are still the same spirit. They don't start with Charlie Kirk, right? So when Trump come out again, reinforce them, say come. They know how they rig election malpractices, the assassination, and all that. So the feeling is in the air. What you are saying, I will not take it off the table because Chinese have they do how to control who lead every of their country of interest. So assassinating that leader may trigger. But whether we like it or not,
that's the only thing that would trigger a conflict. But I don't even think Americans are that stupid.
No, but I know the way they were by 2030 to 2031, China will be in conflict with Taiwan, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and South Korea, Russia, and the coalition of the willing, as they call themselves in Europe, right? These people that would then Iran, and Israel. Oh, I don't know the role where Turkey. Turkey go because Turkey is the best example of playing with both sides. One of the leg they Europe, one of the leg they outside, and because of their history, you go approach them in a delicate way.
I find it hard to trust Turkey with anything. Turkey is a very good description you gave Turkey. Turkey is one of those people that their head is everywhere. Like they are
just
so annoying. Like
they say terrorists, they say good people, they say bad people.
You see, I was having discussion.
Then the next thing they are talking about.
Yeah, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Our own, sorry, make I finish. Our own area of Africa. Those I don't talk about country. Our own terrorism, and they don't unleash on us. The Africa, the headquarters of terrorism now is in Africa. It's pretty much in that West African region. So now waiting they don't give us. Now waiting will keep us busy with that. Why then they fight? We will be busy to fight.
my brother just visited me for Lagos. We having that discussion. I said, man, Turkey, they don't know what they have as leader currently. If Erdogan is out, it's gonna be tough. Erdogan know how to play dirty politics. And if you watch the only two leaders Trump really respect in the world today is Putin and Erdogan. Those
what
are the only.
What do they have in common? Putin is there. What do they have in common? Longevity in presidency.
Yeah.
When Trump they joke saying go on for 4 times, people they play. Because they don't talk. There's that conversation ongoing. The more you hold, because the war, the way with the war they go, all this turn by turn president, no go work. Now China model go work. China and Putin model. When you stay in power, you stay there for a long time to stabilize the national unity, whatever, before something will happen. Because that's one thing about that Erdogan.
You know, when I realized how dirty Erdogan is, he played dirty like Trump first tenure, right? Do you know that Trump moved out American troops around Kurdistan, these Kurdish people in Turkey?
Kazakhstan.
Turkey invaded that whole area within 2 weeks. It cleared the whole area up. This was a real-planned war. Not only that, you see, Erdogan have a way during this journalist Khashoggi. Erdogan just choke Saudi like this, choke MBS. He was the one. So basically, what he does.
But do you know there was attempt? There was attempt on MBN Live before he even become emir, before he become the king of Saudi Arabia. They won't kill him for Vegas.
Again, do you know when
so when they cry, they look and they laugh.
When Sweden and Norway wanted to join NATO, Erdogan said no way. He now gave that condition. You must fulfill this before I can allow you. Erdogan was the only person that wanted to stop them. He said no way. Like
because within the European Union now, European Union. Economy was in control of German before. You don't sleep off. Then, but in terms of military training ground and everything, Turkey get down among the European Union.
And you know that even Erdogan and Putin, they are like this, even with NATO. They are like this. Oh.
The guy, I've never seen one nation play both sides more than Turkey does.
It's good.
I find them highly duplicitous in such a way that like what they did to Syria. If I was Assad, I
That
would cry.
Syria whole movement, it was
They
through
helped
Erdogan now.
Syria. They finished Syria completely.
It was through Erdogan. That's
Don't
why
worry. The new Gaza where they plan. Now them go there in charge now. Now them go there with the security of the new Gaza. They give it to the Turkish people.
Bro.
Now their military go there. No be either American food or no. Now they are training they are training
know
guys
how
there.
to play crazy politics, man.
He has played a blinder. To be fair, he's gained a lot of advantage for Turkey since he's been in office.
So
he's gained a lot of
yeah.
advantage.
So if Erdogan is
the advantage
out,
of being
they are
in
gonna
power
miss
for-
the man. Oh.
Yes, they will,
They are
because
gonna miss him.
he has spread the influence of Turkey all the
Yeah.
way to Africa, Europe, Middle East.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
really expanded it. He's that cunning. He's very and when he does it, he talks from both sides of his mouth. 1 minute he's calling the West the devil,
Yes,
and
oh.
everything. The next, you will not even know that this guy has a nuclear weapon inside his country, and he's calling them the devil and everything.
You know say that they drag the Ottoman Empire with Iran. They are both under the same Ottoman Empire before. So who is going to come out the next 100 years as the top among them? That's what is going on within their local politics. So,
But
you
it's
understand?
Turkey that really have the Ottoman Empire.
Turkey, Israel is fully agenda there, but the Turkey have history. Well, even the Iran too, they all have
Turkey
history
have
span
big
thousands of
history.
years.
Yeah, even
They get
Iran.
deep history. So
I think Iran probably has a deeper history in terms of as a nation than Turkey does. I think most of their power comes
Bro,
from.
Ottoman Empire ruled the world, though. What are you talking about?
Ottoman Empire, not the
but
world.
the First World War, and then
Yes, now Turkey ruled the world for a long time. So they are not.
They didn't rule France. If they didn't rule France, they didn't rule the world. Let's not go too far.
I mean, you can't rule everything. They were world power. That's it. There's no how you gonna put it in this.
No, I agree. There was a time they were the superpower, the most powerful nation in the
yeah,
world.
they took over Eurasia and everywhere.
They took over everywhere now.
But the influence got up to Iran. I don't think it got up to Iran. So the Persians have been around for thousands of years. They've had so many different these periods when they became quite dominant in that region. Question is whether they will retain it now.
No, you.
Well, they're fighting for it. I think they will. I think
when it comes to Persia, I don't think you can really remove them from the map. They are gonna be there. They are gonna be there for a long time.
No. Iran is one of the most difficult countries to up from the map.
It is a fortress now. It is a fortress.
They are like Egypt.
I really wish Nigeria was like that. I really wish that's one of those countries that you can't destroy because the land that they have.
Do you know one thing that shocked me? Do you know one thing that shocked me about
I wish
Iran?
one African country is like that. Can you believe that some African countries it's not like that?
Do you know one thing that shocked me about Iran? I almost wanted to say I wish Africa was like this. Do you know how most of the people were against the government? The moment America, Israel came to attack, bro, if you see the unity in Iran now, you will be shocked. Every citizen is ready to take a gun and fight. Even women. I just admire their unity.
I think people underestimate how united they will feel right now because to watch your leader sacrifice himself, knowing full well that he's not target. And I think it was an Iranian official that was saying the other day that Americans and people don't understand how it feels to be having a meeting with people knowing that you could just die at any moment because Israel just bombs anybody anytime. So that is how they have to.
And Israel don't take their leader out one by one.
Let me finish this point. This was the point I was making before about Nigerians and the way we behave as black people, that we have not been put under pressure. Where you walk around, your leaders don't feel safe. And yet your position doesn't change. You still say, I will go that direction because that's the way I'm going to be free. Because anything else is suicide. And this is exactly what the Chinese did. And now I'm living in the real world to see it myself. The Americans threatened to nuke them when they were building that nuclear weapon. And now I just discovered that their so-called military that they had, 80% of them cannot read or write. Can you imagine?
It was an Anguillan society, now. It was an Anguillan
Is
society.
that not what I was telling that guy
And they
now?
want us
How
to
they
build
want
nuclear
you to
weapons, and
speak
Nigerians
British
complain
English.
about stuff all the time.
Even
That's what I was telling
America,
this guy
even
now.
America, when America fought their revolution, how many of them know how to read and write?
Yeah, but this one is in the 50s now.
No,
Even the Chinese too now. Well,
no, for that kind of military, because when we talk about military in Nigeria, you saw how they were talking about they say, oh, they need to
yeah.
get
To
you know,
Nigeria,
Nigerian military, they say it's 100% literacy in Nigerian
to
military.
Nigeria, what you are saying is that we never suffer. Before the Chinese arrive at that point, they suffer.
Yes,
Chinese
now.
people suffer. The 100 years of population are real. Oh. They so we never reach that level. We just they enjoy. I don't know why we they talk like this.
We enjoy. We are not
we
ready.
see we they enjoy.
Why
We
did
don't
you,
understand how life
why did you allow
is.
Jago in here? Why did you allow him?
I was considering. I was thinking maybe not.
Leave him.
Now the Jago generation. Now the Jago generation. The Jago generation.
Go after me now.
This is what happened. The Jago generation. They spend money, send the Jago go school. They can't go buy TV. They buy TV for us.
They can't speak British English.
They can't give us internet. Now they are expecting us to be soldier, to be strong. And so, we like TV.
Rubbish.
We like flexing. I do expect us to go and fight our leaders when we have TV.
You know, I was really enjoying your conversation for a while. I didn't know that you would greet me in this way.
No, we are.
Jago,
We are going to meet you this way. You're welcome, Jago.
Easy.
Man, but this issue of why we, I find it really problematic. Do you know that I was watching a video of Winnie Mandela? She said even before they started negotiating, they had already disarmed, and she said she used the term over negotiation. That she was telling their people that what are we negotiating like this for? Like why are we so much in a hurry? And that they gave away so many things. That by the time they were done, that they've sacrificed everything. I think maybe you've seen the video, and it tells you that why do we always we don't want to feel the pain? Why do we do that? We capitulate too quickly. And look at us now.
If I could quickly say that, you know, whilst really enjoying what you guys had to say about so many things, and the crux of the matter is what you may or may not have agreed with. OVA kind of underlined it, which was to say, if we do not organize what it is our intention is in this world as a country with power, unknown and unused power, then we are finished. I think that's a serious fundamental point of all our argument on this channel, is that we as Nigerians, we as Africans, therefore, are relying on Nigeria when Nigeria, as Ovie again said, is perplexed with interregional fighting. When there is a bigger war at stake, which could take your whole nation, and you are not really focusing on that threat. And this is a great shame, because I think all of us here would have our own individual ideas as to how a country like Nigeria should move in order for West Africa to move, and therefore a power region with an economy and a politics that makes clear sense for the people of that region, most importantly. And secondly, how therefore you use that power to bring up the whole of Africa and the Black people. That is so strategic that if you are able to accomplish something like that, you are a world standing power. Because of where Black people are in the world, we are a diaspora, possibly more than any other country in the world. You know, the UK has made itself a diaspora, and the way they did it was not just to be in other parts of the world, but to hold those nations, which is Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and their Commonwealth countries. This gave them the control of the whole planet. One in the region that they are globally strategically placed. So for us who are globally strategically placed, yet we are not using any of that power. We're not using it. We don't even really recognize it's there. And I think this is where our conversation needs to be. And this is what we need to apply to our government. And again, it's why I say there is no need for an election next year, because clearly Nigeria is not going in the right way. Clearly. So for there to be an election next year, whoever comes in would position Nigeria in the same ideology that gets us nowhere as a nation. Doesn't matter who it is. Because as you've argued, and I think argued correctly, that Nigeria doesn't seem to have a policy, doesn't seem to be able to think for the next 70 years. It's not, there's no clarity there. Our people are all over the place going round and round. It's an issue. And I like where you landed on that point, just to say.
That is so apt, to be honest. It's a big disappointment, you know, when you discuss it. I think Nigerian, we need to wake up.
Muted. I'm actually muted. Sorry.
Yeah.
Regarding the conversation we were having earlier on about the direction we need to go, I think sometimes we forget that we are grown men that can actually try to make as much change, especially when we feel so strongly about what is going on in the country.
Yeah.
But from being in Nigeria, what I've observed is that the Igbo man barely needs to do that much to get what he wants. And because our people have, whatever they've done has created such a culture now whereby it's only the tippy top they need to influence before everything will just cascade down and the same system is going to remain in place. And the only way to uproot something like that, you have to have a system of belief, a system of direction of what the country needs to go, that the country has to sign up to, that the people themselves have to sign up to. So in other words, you have to indoctrinate the people to a totally different way of looking at society, and by also giving them incentive, you have to tell them this is what you're going to get, this is what you're going to get, this is how it's going to look. By doing that, and you are able to get it all through the country, which is, it sounds like a very difficult thing to do. It just takes will and somebody that is dedicated to do it. If you start doing that, before you know it, the people themselves will start waking up, and you never know, the leaders themselves will sleep, and boom, they become the right kind of people who get into office, and you start seeing things change. This thing actually. So the people
I agree.
that pass, they are not, they don't have pocket head, just human beings like us.
I agree with you very, very intently. And again, I have to reiterate, because it seems like whilst we may understand the greater solution, how to get there is where the issue is. And that's why I'm saying we as people need to begin by boycotting any election, by bringing to the table another device, by promising ourselves that we will take 3 to 4 years to complete this because we don't want to be government. But we do want Nigeria as a people to understand that there are choices in leadership and choices in what structure of leadership we position ourselves in. It's been said on the channel a few times that China, the model that China brings to the table as per leadership, is how to go. And I don't have too much of an argument to that. It may be what we need more than what we even want. However, the whole establishment of this so-called democracy that hasn't been working for us, and it's hardly working in the West at this time, to be honest, is that we have to be able to consciously choose between the models that are available to us and what pertains to African growth. And I don't think we quite know the spell of, because what you said, Forefather, is absolutely correct. Nigeria is a piece of cake for the West to have their manipulative hands on, and for anybody else. So, you know, the autonomy that we need needs to come from us, and it's not going to come from our leaders. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, because if they don't have it, I think Prince Daddy, I can see you at the backstage. You need your camera on, because that's the rule with Dr. Damage. You know now, you know the rules for Dr. Damages. I'm not the one that.
Where's Ovie gone? Where is he gone?
Ovie has disappeared. I don't know. I
He
think
said
he's
the
in.
problem with his battery.
He
It's
said his
coming
battery
back.
is
Yeah,
down.
his battery is gone. Don't
Yeah.
worry, his battery is going to come back, and his voice is overcharged anyway. So his voice is overcharged. So there was I think what was the issue? There was another topic I wanted to touch on regarding the way I think was it. I don't want to talk about all this. You know, the policeman that was talking about Igbo people and all that stuff. I don't want to go into all those ones today because we've delved with
We
tribal stuff.
discussed that this
The
morning.
one I wanted to add was Burkina Faso. I know AY now. AY is beginning to think, oh God, about that. Right? AY is going to think, oh no, oh no.
Go ahead. Let's discuss it.
Burkina Faso,
It's a good topic.
Traore decided that Islam Sharia should never be part of the state, and he also said something about how some Muslims like to say that something about other religions or other people, but they forget that most of the systems that they're using, they are actually made by the so-called hands that they are not holy and things like that. So I don't know. Do you know much about the story about what Traore is?
Actually, yeah. See, the point Ibrahim Traore is making, it's not that it's against any religion or against anybody. So he's basically canvassing for, okay, he's not telling anybody not to be Muslim or Christian or whatever. What he is saying is, instead of everybody going the line of Islamic studies, they should train people, go to places where you have knowledge of technology, how to build a high-rise building, skills basically. So he have a point. You see, like the issue of Sharia, I know a lot of people are very ignorant about it, especially non-Muslim. Sharia is really nothing. So basically, as a Muslim, you operate under Sharia. So you be a Muslim, you are operating under Sharia code already. So the Sharia you see that is loud in Nigeria is that criminal Sharia, which I think if you live in a secular state like Nigeria, you should not operate criminal Sharia. For the civil Sharia, is just there as Muslim. For example, if I want to marry as a Muslim now, I have to go through the Islamic process. You know what I mean? Even though you live in America, for example, you say you want to get married as a Muslim, it will still go through the Islamic process. You will now legalize it in court. It's just the normal process. So, except you are not a practicing Muslim. So, Sharia is part of Islam. It's part of you. It's just the process, the way you live your life. But
yeah, but why is it that because when it starts coming to the state, that's the difference now, isn't it?
What I think, if I may, is that please, if I may, you see, what is going on in Burkina Faso at the moment is again another globally strategic policy point that Ibrahim Traore is standing on. And this tells you of the kind of person he is and the level of intelligence that he has and the honesty that he brings to the table as a leader. You see, you just said my brother, I never say your name in such a long A-Y, I beg your pardon. You just said it in a way that is clear, which is to say that it's nothing to implement Sharia because it means nothing. It only means something to Muslim people in the main. And I think that is a point because in Africa, the whole Islamic agenda is quite manipulative. It's been the downfall of Nigeria because where we will go forward, the Islamic perspective, if I could say, in a wide way, not pointing, but in a wide way, seems to operate a kind of full stop in proceedings. It seems to operate an objection, I beg your pardon, to a way of moving forward. the whole positioning of Nigeria with Ruga, with the taxation laws, with so many other policies that have been brought to the table in Nigeria over the past 10 years, let's say. These things have been waylaid or stopped by the traditional Muslim outlook. And where Jory is correct, and he stands a lot of telling off, largely again from the Muslim region of the world, where he says no Sharia. Sharia is not something I would implement here, because he's operating a notion where he wants his country to move forward. He also is clear that you cannot have two operating laws in one country. This is an oxymoron. It doesn't work. It does not work. The fact that in Nigeria, that we somehow in our heads are thinking that this Sharia should operate in any level of importance, should even be brought to the table. It's only been brought to the table in order to create objection to moving forward. And there are so many artifacts like that from a country like Nigeria, because a country like Nigeria shouldn't be where it is. It's in a haphazard condition. It's not really moving forward. The fact that it would have one shiny building or one area that has light, that's not moving forward. That's not how to move forward. So I see what he's done and said very, very serious.
I think what he said, because I just checked the demographics of the country in terms of religion, it turns out that Burkina Faso is 63% Muslim. So I actually thought it was somewhere around 97%.
No, it's not.
So because it's not, so you can see why he wants his country to be stable. So you don't want to have.
I don't think he's done it for that reason. I really don't. I think he's more intelligent than that. He's using serious intelligence. I mean, you're a part of a nation that is fighting terrorism.
Yeah.
And that terrorism largely comes from Islamic arena, or at least that's the ideology. As much as it may come from the West, in them trying to unstabilize countries that have wealth, so and want to keep them poor. So he realizes all these manipulations. They don't work for his nation, and I think that is the fundamental point that we need to take. They don't work. We should stop pretending. And as a Muslim, he has done this. But what you have found, I saw people warning him. They said, Traore, to Mr. Traore, we really like you. We know that you are this and that. However, don't fight Islam. Don't fight Islam is what they're saying. There's a way that Muslim people speak that I don't like it, where they believe that they can wag their finger at people off about the way that they want to lead their life. And this is what he's saying. No, none of that. If you want that, go to Saudi Arabia. If you go to Saudi Arabia to study all this nonsensical law that leads you nowhere, stay in Saudi Arabia, is what he's saying. As an African, I'm an African. This part of Africa has not been able to stand for anything since its inception. I'm not letting all this rubbish get in the way of progress. Fundamentally, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I guess maybe you are right, because if you feel like, I also look at the actual structure of the country and feel like, okay, because if that was a 95% Muslim country, to be harder that argument, but because of the structure of the country, and I think it's a wise thing for him to do, I think all African states should actually go secular, so that then everybody that wants to do their religion can do their religion in their private arena. But the way Nigeria is going, I didn't even know that during the 1960 to 1966, I think, if I'm not mistaken, maybe up to 1966, that the Nigerian different regions had their own foreign policy, kind of. They had embassies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is mad.
Even the kingdom, like Benin kingdom. Yeah.
Yeah, it was designed to fly apart now. That thing will fly apart fast. Like, how can you have different these embassies flying, going your own thing, and you say you're in the same country? What kind of country is that?
you know that observation that you make. It's a very serious observation because it's an observation that speaks that Nigeria cannot really split up into all kinds of countries. It's just pathetic for a country like Nigeria with so many ethnicities to break up would actually be the ruin of a people. And that people that you ruin is the whole of Africa. Because we are over 500 different ethnicities. Are we going to make 500 countries out
Nigeria
of one
cannot.
Nigeria?
Yeah, it cannot.
Exactly.
I think I still hold the opinion the best thing that would have worked for Nigeria is regions. You can have up to 10.
It's been said, it's been done. The examples are there.
Yeah. But breaking up Nigeria is just nonsense talk because how do you, except you don't understand Nigeria, you don't even know Nigeria as a country. It's very hard.
You see that this regional thing, like me now, if they want to do regional, I'm not going to stop it. Let's say you want to say resource control. I will be very happy for the South to control their resources. I don't have any problem with that. But this is where we are at the moment. And especially if I have the opportunity to say they give me the power to change the country, I'll be looking to use the sixth geopolitical zone as a way of reorganizing the country on the presidential level. So in other words, those individuals that they will be elected in those regions will ascend to the presidential council to decide, make decisions on behalf of the country. That should be, for me anyway, that should be one of the areas I would want the regions to be effective. And the reason why this is important is because most of the other arrangements is going to, like this democracy that we have now, is going to lead to adversarial situations all the time. And then in terms of making better decisions for the country, you're not going to do that. And eventually, where it's going to lead to, because the demographics is warning us already, with the northerners shift, having more and more children and everything, increasing in population, their religion is spreading even faster. So you're going to have this tension going on in the country with all the divide. No, it's not a good way to go about it. If you say you want a dictatorship, you're still going to have the problem. Because people will say, no, that guy is an Hausa man, the other guy is an Igbo man, he's doing the... Yeah, they may like him at first, but later on they will start using that against the dictator in Nigeria. That's why no dictator has lasted long in Nigeria.
Let me tell you, they understand see, Tinubu as is there today. If you ever have access to Tinubu and have discussion and log this line with him, he knows that's the solution. So the grade of not wanting to share power is one of the first problems. Because if you want to be honest, you love Nigeria. Sincerely, we can find a solution how the country will work. The other big problem, the guest that was here last week, I was unable to join. Some of the stuff he was saying that I find very weird. He was even attacking this guy from Urobo. You see, the three major tribes, they are part of the biggest problem we have in Nigeria, but they don't see it. The Hausa, the Igbo, the Yoruba, they are the biggest problem. They're the biggest problem. When they are speaking, they think they hold the country. They don't recognize every other person. I'm telling you, this is a problem. But you will not understand it. If you pay attention, when a Yoruba man is speaking, a core Yoruba man, he look at the country in a three-dimensional way. The Igbo man, the same thing. The Hausa man self, sometimes they look at it in a two-dimensional way. They see it between north and south. So they don't understand that there are, just like Jago said now, you have so many tribes in different corners. They don't even respect it. It's part of the problem. But assuming we have regions where, yes, you look for a way to call this region and look for a way to share power in the center in such a way that the power at the center is gonna be reduced. You decentralize the power, you will start having solution. That's what they did. That's what they are doing. They have union,
I think
they call them.
Whilst I agree, whilst I agree with what you're saying, the big three ethnicities in a country are problematic. That whole problematic, if we understand what
Nigeria, power struggle between them.
Yeah, okay. If we understand what Nigeria is, the whole idea of regionalism in the first place was to protect those minorities that we
Right.
knew were
Right.
very important. And in the aspect that is Nigeria is a very difficult country to run with the senses that we have, obviously,
Mhm.
is the Fulani entrance into the whole dynamic. It could be said that Fulanis are the problem as opposed to the big three,
Hmm.
because they've been able to see a way, whatever happened at the time of transition between Nigeria under colonialism and as an independent country, whatever that transition might have been, especially involving the Fulani, they have been able to see where there are gaps. They have been able to see where they can manipulate. They have been able to see where already religiously they've taken over the Hausa people. That's already done. And the Hausa people are said to be the largest majority.
Mhm. Fact.
So then there's the north. You have the Kanuri. You have a few other ones in the middle belt that are quite large. Let's concentrate on those. Take them over. We, as a small number, would be able to prize
Control.
with a larger number. Therefore, we'll be able to manipulate the South, both the Yorubas and the Igbos, which is what they've been able to do. So what I've heard recently coming from Nigeria is a lot of talk, especially from the Hausa people themselves, that, boy, we have to separate ourselves from these Fulani. And as tough as this positioning may be, because we're talking about a minority of people that do not all behave in the same way. However, they have been instrumental in, again, showing that our country doesn't know where it's going. It's not going in one direction. I believe that they are the people that have manipulated the Nigerian eco-structure to be so confusing. It's very confusing. And it's confusing not because of the big three, because the big three have a home there. They have stake, real stake, lives. The majority of all of our peoples, the majority of Hausas are in Nigeria. The majority of Yorubas are in Nigeria. The majority of Igbos are in Nigeria. So if you kill what is Nigeria, our people, they die. Whereas it's a minority of Fulani that are in Nigeria. Their people are all over West Africa and Central Africa. Their people are there. So if we're to take them out, it doesn't. Their stake is few. The only thing is that they have the greatest stake in the biggest country in Africa. So they are wielding a lot of power as Fulani. We have to be able to speak about these things. I'm telling you.
Django, I think the point of looking at it from the point of Fulani point of view, I think I would say is the Hausas are, it kind of invited them in, for one. And secondly, they've
We
been
know the
with
history. We know the history.
I don't think that they are the ones necessarily distorting the state of Nigeria. I don't know what you meant by, let me ask you though. You said something about the reason why they created the regions was because of the minorities. Are you talking about the 1966 regions or the one that we have now, Abacha?
No. The
No,
British region, the old
I'm
southeast.
speaking
and
about the
southwest.
How is
original.
that old one? That old
Wait,
one is not. Is killing. It was killing minorities, if anything.
Yeah,
wait.
but
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that again. That the actual practice that they did was beneficial to
yeah,
the
the initial
minority.
thought,
I'm saying that the intention
the intention,
of
yeah, that
of
makes
that
sense.
whole philosophy was to protect those minorities, because Nigeria has a lot of minorities, a lot, and they sit on
But they
important
are all
ground.
stuck in all the regions. They are all stuck in the three regions.
You
So
see,
what are you doing?
No. Of course,
yeah,
they're part of it. That's part. Look, the middle belt. Wait. The middle belt and what we used to call Bendel, and what is now known as the South South. These are
Midwest.
regions.
That's the Midwest.
Yes, these are regions perpetuated by the
But did
minorities.
it exist when they created Nigeria first? Did
No,
it exist?
look at what happened for father. For father, the intention when they created, for example, the southeast, the eastern region, the western region, the intention was attach minority to them, attach minority to this, more like for them to have protection, for them to get involved.
Mm.
But that did work. That's why I usually tell them, if anybody is coming again, that no, it's not gonna work. They are just gonna
minority for minority to get protection and evolve for who and evolved into what?
You
No.
it's something you don't know.
You really have to take it as documented. These things that we're speaking about are documented.
They are
so you would see if you read.
But I want to understand the
Wait,
reasoning.
don't wait. Hear the understanding. If you read the documents of 1960 and when they were looking at regionalism, the Yorubas went with their delegation, the East went with their delegation. The North didn't really contribute that much, to be honest, at that stage. But the whole understanding, when the Western region went, they went with those people from what we now call Bendel, the Midwest. They went with them. When the East went, they went with the Jaws and the Calabars. They went down there to make sure that they were addressing each region's situation and why they wanted independence and how they would sit it. So the biggest issue was the minorities, because the Yorubas are big, the Igbos are big. What about all these people in between? So it was set in writing that these people will be protected by these laws, which is why.
Then why can't the people be protected by the central law instead of in the regions?
Because Nigeria is a big country. It's complex. It's complex. We shouldn't look at it as easy. We should not look at it. We should not look at.
Yeah, the other reason for father is for administrative convenience. That was the other reason.
If you say that, then I can understand. But when you say
but
Nigeria didn't protect minorities. Nigeria is part of the problem to finish minorities.
No, they never historically they never protect minority. Even when people try to lie,
and it was a big miss. Another level of us showing an example of how lousy we operate numbers, how lousy we operate documents, how lousy the nation doesn't get on, because these things were written, but the practice was failed.
Yeah,
this is it. This is how you have to realize it, forefather.
But Jago, it will always fail. If you want to do that again, it will always fail.
I don't think it would always fail, AY, because when you look at the table, what was written, and then you look at the closeness of these people out to the region. I mean, my great uncle operated in Ondo State, Edo State, and Delta, heavily in forestry. These are the regions of the country that have still to this day a great amount of forestry still left in that place called Nigeria, where 85% of our forest is gone. So in us being so close, and this being the house that we live in, this being our terrain, it's the same terrain. How are we going to look after it if we're not looking after ourselves? So it should be something that works. But because we're so bloody stupid as Nigerian people, we look for the worst features of each of us and drag ourselves down. And that's what took place. And it's what's always taking place where black people are concerned. I don't see why we can't see who we are as people. We should be able to, by now, know how our people conduct themselves. We conduct ourselves very poorly. We don't follow the rules. We don't do it.
Yeah,
that's our generality. That's us.
Yeah.
There's no reason, the whole Biafra war and how it started. It's the fault of the Yorubas and the Igbos more than anybody else. Because why? Because we were the largest, most educated, most affluent people in the nation. And being that, the whole of our South was being threatened. It was being threatened economically. It was being threatened culturally. So instead of us protecting, making sure that between Yorubas and Igbos, there's a protection valve for everybody in that region, no, we decided to become enemies of each other, which is therefore enemies of yourself.
Till
That's
today.
what takes place. It's ridiculous. Which is why the North had an advantage. Because whilst the Fulanis are said to be foreigners,
I
whilst
always
they
forget
are
about it.
well, whilst they're said to be not our people, not part of Nigeria, they were the ones who made sure one, the Hausa, which is the largest region, were under them. Two, the Kanuri, they had affiliation with them. And then everybody else had understanding under the Fulani regime.
No, no. The Kanuri never submitted to the Fulani.
No,
No
not
way.
that they submitted, but
Yeah.
they were able to act as one North.
Yeah. Why not?
You understand me?
They were able to, but like if you look at the way Nigeria came together and the way they were operating, I think the skepticism within the groups that came together at first was too strong. And I don't know whether it was due to the way the British colonized them and kept them separate. Because the fact that they have different embassies and everything, it just smacks of people that never wanted to be together, and somewhere along the line, somebody just patched them up together like that. That said, though, I still think we are maybe expecting too much for people that are not even designed to actually build nations. These people, I don't think they understood statecraft. They don't understand the idea that if you build a state, if you truly want it to work, I think before you start handing power to countries, either you hand them power with through baptism by fire, where they go to war and figure their way out, or you hand it over to them with high level of education on how they are meant to run a country. Because the way these guys took over Nigeria, I don't think most of them are just educated to a kind of a certain level. Because when I think about how they described the DRC one, that the Congo, that they were barely educated at all, the French barely educated them. By the time they handed over, they barely had any military, they barely have anything. So, in the case of Nigeria, we had 6,000, I think 8,000 soldiers we had. In a country like Nigeria, you had 8,000 soldiers, and that tells you the 8,000 soldiers is just symbolic. I'm noticing that. But it tells you everything else that is lacking.
No, forefathers, sometimes you look at things as though they are black and white. You have to entertain the human aspect of these things. One, from the point of view of the colonialists, they knew by the time they came to the end of the 60s, or the 50s even, they knew that they were going to have to hand power over at some stage. And they didn't want to. They didn't want to. Then the Africans that were educated, especially in a country like Nigeria, they had never come together to run something like Nigeria. There's nothing like that in the world before these countries were given their independence. So humanly, you have to understand that this is something that hasn't been done before. There's no book telling you how to statecraft a nation like Nigeria at that time. Statecraft in itself was kept to those who had the secret. So you're speaking about being novices, as clever as they were, who are come together now to run a country, to organize different peoples under one roof. That's a mighty job. That's not an easy job. We have to give kudos to the deal that they did cut in order to make that separation between independence and colonialism. They did cut a deal. At the end of the day, they didn't get the deal that they necessarily wanted. They didn't get that deal. But they got a deal in order to make that separation. When the separation happens now, you have to proceed and you have to perform. Within the procedure and the performance, we can see what's taking place. We now, who look back to that situation, have to learn the lessons. We can't just look back and say, oh, they failed. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Because now it's your turn. What can you do?
Jago, I love that. Yeah. It's not good enough. Yeah. We have to do our part, to be honest.
Yes.
I love that. I love that conclusion. Yeah.
Anyway, to be honest, what I worry about as an individual is that we suffer the pressure of time. Time, the clock is ticking, whether we see it as a reality of a clock or as a a large esoteric viewpoint on the existence that we have. But politically, the way the world is moving, if Nigeria doesn't move along with it in order to protect itself, we're in deep shit. And
Yeah,
it seems
but
to me,
Jago, it doesn't appear as if we will, based on evidence, until something cataclysmic happens to us. It doesn't appear
well,
because
no, however it happens, listen, forefather, however, when you say things like
the
this,
reason
you
why
say,
I'm saying that is
wait, I know the reason why.
why.
The reason why is because of the complexity of time and the level of education that our nation people have. Are we going to be able to make it? The fact of the matter is, the statecraft that you speak of, as I said, is now where we have to perform. If we have an idea and an understanding and a knowledge as to the issues that really need to be highlighted for us to tackle our problem, then we need to come to the table. It is not good enough for us to look at everybody else and tell them that they've failed. It's not sufficient, I'm afraid. That's just a reading of history. That's just somebody that wants to pontificate their knowledge. But that's lack of knowledge as far as I'm concerned. If you're not able to come to the table and practice what you know, practice what you speak, walk the talk. Because the fact of the matter is, me and you are both unhappy at the state of Nigeria today. Me and you have an understanding. We may disagree wholesomely as to how it needs to be achieved, but we know it's not right. So if we are not thinking, writing, educating ourselves on how to pull ourselves out from where we are to another position, then all we're doing is telling the news, and it's not good news. I want to bring good news to the table. I see clearly. This is me. I see clearly next year we shouldn't have an election. Why am I saying this? Because I've been thinking about it and I've been looking at the history. And I've seen that we're only going to repeat the same mistakes for another 4 years. That's what's going to happen. We're going to be here in 4 years' time, if the elections take place in Nigeria next year, talking about the same shit, as opposed to having progressed our infrastructure and our structure as a nation. So in order to begin that, we don't have elections next year. What do? We make the people take power. How do the people take power? By constructing a consortium that governs the country for 3 to 4 years, putting everything in place as it should be done by any politician. But they haven't done it in 50 odd years. But we are going to do it in 4 years as a people. Me, I can do that. Me, I would like to be involved in that kind of politics. Me, I would want to be on the table there. You understand? And I want to create that table. If we're not thinking about different things, we're not going to get anywhere. We have to think differently. We have to think differently. And we think with what's in our hand. What it is in human life, materialism and things of material make sense. So we make sure that we are in an environment that allows materialism to function. If materialism functions in a country like Nigeria, all what we hear on programs like Search for Uhuru and all the rubbish that the Americans talk about Africa, and then all the rubbish that we ourselves talk about ourselves. In order for us to clear all that rubbish up and make sure it's just talk, because that's all it is that we use our energies to construct a future for ourselves. If we do that, the whole world changes their mind, because the whole world is extremely fickle. And it's only for those who still have a modicum of dignity within them that brings dignity to the people. So we don't tell them that it's dignity that we're bringing. What we bring is structure. What we bring is a workable environment. What we bring is infrastructure that works. If you just bring that,
System that work too.
The analytics of the mind and spirit then can flow. It can flow, and the people will change. This is the structure.
I see. My own take is that since we don't have the inherent nationalistic instinct, maybe we should be educating the children from a young age to start having such instinct and understanding. It's one thing to have the nationalistic instinct, it's another thing to have the statecraft, the knowledge of how states run and why they run that way, why things happen the way it's meant.
For that is why you need a system like Jago is talking about. If we have it, things will fall in line. Even the young ones coming up, they will have a change of mind. You see, everything will change for good. Sincerely,
why would it change from good? No, sorry. What system would you have that would change?
If you have a functioning system that is people-centered, where you have good electoral system, you have a judicial system that is independent, that is working, a lot of things will change. In such a way that the power is with the people. Okay, let me say this. If you see the kind of division we have in Nigeria, where this one will say, I'm from this, I'm from here, I'm from here, is because the system is not working. If the system is working for everyone, trust me, you see all this agitation. Oh, you are not developing my area. You are not doing this for me. Trust me, it's gonna reduce drastically. That you have laws that are really working. You have hate crime. You have laws that when you do some certain things, you pay for it. Everybody will sit up. You will see the complaint, the agitation, everything will reduce drastically.
Of course, that is true.
Look at what is going on in
hold on. You finished talking. You finished talking. See, when you said if you have these things, the state people attitude will improve. That is true, but what would trigger that situation to occur? Because it's one thing you are kind of getting ahead of yourself because you've not solved the problem of having the mindset to even do those things. Because you have to either do it gradually, where you start.
My brother.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
He just explained everything now.
I know what you're saying.
I'm going to say it again. Let me finish what I'm saying. You start from a young age, educate people with statecraft knowledge and specific ways of looking at the state, so that they can actually have an insight into what their actions mean. Like when you're corrupt, what it actually implies for the state and everything. You teach people on other level from a young age to the university level. They have that as part of this thing. Then that has never happened in the world before. What I'm talking about has never happened.
Let me tell you this.
Then you have a chance. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Then you might have a chance. Then you might have a chance to transition from a country that doesn't have nationalists to a country that will produce them, even without any cataclysmic event occurring. That may work, but I don't know it's never been tried and tested before. The only ones I know is the people that have gone through hell and they come back and they say, you know what, we're not going to go through this again. We're going to work hard, build our country, and that's it. Go ahead if you want to say something, Jago.
Thank you. I just want to say this, forefather. You see, the way you speak is almost like you want somebody else to do it. I am past that thinking. We have to do it. What you're saying is not lost on me. The importance of education is extremely important. However, in order to get people on the same page. However, the time you're speaking is 11 years minimum for those products of what you are talking about to start coming out, not even to start operating. Minimum 20 years more better. Now I'm saying that, look, our job in our generation now, given the time we have, is not to educate the people. No, we do that on the way. Our job is to understand and use our knowledge in perfecting the transition between now and then. That is our job. Within that time, what's important? Within that time, it's important to bring our matter to bear in knowing that there is an international enemy and there is a national enemy. And in these two things, we are going to have to deal with them head on head at the same time. That's a tough job. That job takes time. That job takes agreement. Before you reach agreement, there's going to be a lot of chat. in this educated conversation that we are having, we are going to have to position ourselves to what the most important things are to do in this job. Our job is to plug the holes that we are leaking economically, the holes that we have in security matters, the holes that we have in foresight and thinking. And we have to bring that on the table first. We can't start educating and say, you people do it. No. We are to do it. You, me, the next person. All this way of us deferring the job elsewhere, that's not going to work. That's not going to work anymore. We've had that time since the 60s. My father, my grandfather, not even my grandfather was educated better than they are bringing out people from universities right now. My grandfather. So when I look in my family and I see those who have been educated to the point of degree level, but there are many of them. There are many of them. You know, there are nations in the world that the first generation to have university education is just happened in the 1980s. Ours is from the 1800s. It's from the 1800s. Now, we're acting like children. The way we behave is that as though the pain that we suffer is greater than the people that we are. And for me, I can't accept that. What kind of thing is that? Why are you accepting that the problems that you have found in your generation are too much for you? God should take you away from the pain you are suffering. Is that what should happen? What kind of rubbish is that? Look, we don't speak as men. We have to be speaking as though we understand what it is to be a functioning human being. What makes you function? The things that make you function are material. The other things in terms that you may talk esoterically, which is very important, but that is not found in everybody's mind. And you cannot bring everybody to the same level all at once. So the fact that you have material education and you understand your environment, you have to act within it. You have to act. You have to act. You can't believe
I
me.
agree with you. I agree with you when you said you have to, or let's put it this way: our generation has to act. If you want me to act, you give me the power, then I will act. But we have to elect somebody to
Which is
enter
fair.
there, and the person.
No, because you see, Father, what educated people like us are supposed to understand is that things in the material world, they emanate from the spiritual world, the mind world, the world of understanding and imagination. That's where they emanate from. Everything that you look at came from somebody's mind. Before that, it was invisible. Before that, it wasn't there. So unless you have that kind of mind and you appreciate who you are as a human being, bruh, me, I've seen it in my own life. I've directed it. What I mean by that is I have brought companies to the earth that mushroom economy, mushroom business. People that I've never met before, I met them, I employed them. They worked for me. And the work came for me and the greater outlook on what our company's desires were, we functioned within it. And as we functioned within it, things appeared. Things that we didn't see before, things that we didn't imagine. We met all kinds of people from our lonely position where the company began in somebody's dining table. We began the thing on our dining table. We wrote our plan. We shared our imagination. And in doing this, we created a document. That document now led us to operate in a functioning business, employing real people, having assets to that company. This is a reality. This is the power of man. This is the power of the spirit. We all have it. If you are working somewhere in somebody's organization, do you think that this place that you're working for was there all the time? It wasn't there all the time. It was there from somebody's mind. So unless we understand that we have minds and we've got to use them, that's where we now start abrogating things away from us as being responsible to another generation. It's laziness.
No, I understand where you're coming from there. That's a fair point. Let me bring in KJ. The conversation was about. If I'm to say, because we didn't exactly say there was a major topic on this. Basically, the conversation, from what I gather, is about how we can get our mindset in a way that we can actually be able to do the right things in the country. Because when I went to the country, the way everything is right now, everybody's about money. Politicians are about money. And literally, their ideology, the political parties, the ideology is money. Go for where the money is. Don't care about, it's not about justice. And even when we're having a conversation about national security this evening, we kept talking about, oh, let's make sure they get paid first. Let's do this one first. Let's do that one first. It's like we don't, is it because we have not really suffered enough, like had shocking events occur to us as a people, and we are still alive to witness it, and we take the right action to defend ourselves or do the right things to fix the problem? Is this the reason why we have not gotten there? Because I was saying that if there was a way to solve this problem gradually through education, maybe that would be the way to go, but there's no example of it. So I'm just speaking out of potential theory. But I don't know. What do you make of it? Because Nigeria right now is in the grip of a culture that cannot fix itself. That video that Dr. Damages played of the police officers, they are going to face sack now. The reason why they're going to face sack is because of that video. And when I went to Nigeria, that's exactly what I was saying when I came back. I said, the corruption is still there. The reason why the corruption appears less is because they are worried to be captured on video. And you see the one they capture now, they're going to get sacked. Tomorrow, the next person will think twice. So Nigeria might fix itself in such a way in terms of corruption, and especially that horizontal corruption. It might get fixed not because of the Nigerian government stop being corrupt, but because of social media, which is crazy. That is an astounding thing. If I saw so many things coming, I didn't see that one coming. So what do you think needs to change within the Nigerian culture for us to, without it being highly disruptive, for us to be able to actually be on the right path? Is it that let's just keep having Dangote, Boas and everything, and money starts coming in, the Naira improves gradually, Tinubu hires more security people, security improves, and is that how things are going to turn better for Nigeria, or is there another path that you would recommend?
Okay, thank you, forefathers, AY and Jagun. That's a Yoruba war song for Christian. That's Jagun. I didn't know that Jagun means that
warrior.
much. Listen, yes, until I listened to that lady's song, quite impressive, and leads you to pray even much harder. Whether when she screams Jagu twice, you are called to fight in the spirit.
You now know me. You now know me, sir.
Yes. Okay. I wanted to start by saying good evening, panel of judges, co-debaters, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Who am I to debate with Aristotle and Socrates that are sitting right in front of me here? Because I've been listening to you guys and I'm wondering where to start. Forefather, your question is very simple. You see, we can do it even, Jagu was saying in 10 years. No, we can do it in 1 year. All we need to do is reverse to the rule of law and look for best practices. There's best practices in everything. There used to be, the agency that Ezekwesili led. It had been totally wiped off and put to the back burner, because then you couldn't inflate, contract prices. It has to go through those people, and they will scrutinize everything and make sure that what comes out on the other side is a fair gain. So, in a country where there's no law and order, how do you begin to build? You are just coming from there. So let's not look at it as exaggerating. When you are there, I'm sure you must have seen people driving against the traffic more than 10 times, and nobody can say anything. Nobody can tell them anything.
I was in some of the vehicles.
if you dare to stop them, they even insult you. And even a policeman will tell you, "Oh, guy, just pass that way." They go.
It was forefather that was in that car that was going the opposite direction.
So you see that it's not because we don't know what to do, it's because there's no willpower to do what is needed, or nobody wants to do it. And we are not the only society that like money. Forefather, in England, people don't work for free, do they? No, you work and you are paid. Yes. So everybody wants money, but everybody wants money in a legitimate way. So if we decide to do things in a legitimate way, then obviously our country will come back without even lifting a finger. If a person commits a crime, it doesn't matter whether the person is from the south, the north, the east, the west. Treat the person what the law says it should be treated. And I want to shock you, forefather, those policemen will still wear their uniform. Forget, nobody's sacking them. Unless they don't have anybody above their rank. If they have anybody above their rank who posted them to that place, I can assure you, just go and wait. What they will do is they will take them out of the eyes of the public for a while. But they still bring them back. Because if you're going to sack them, you might as well sack the whole police people in the southeast, because that's what they've been doing. The only reason this guy is on his ass because he's in a different section of the country. Okay, so but to come back to your question, forefather, every single leader in Nigeria knows what to be done. Don't we know that Akpabio didn't win election? Why is he the Senate president? Don't we know that the whole Uzodinma came forth in the election? Why is he the governor? Don't we know? You see, there are many don't we knows. Where is my friend Ajibri Mimunu, who first flagged off the first pardon in the, brought it to light? Has he ever been given any more important position again? Have the Nigerian people stood out for Jibrin? No. So the little people who struggle to say these things are not right, let's do it the right way, they are the one who the sledgehammer comes on. And they are pissed, and nobody goes to find out. By the way, why is Jibrin not talking again? How come Jibrin is no longer even talking at all? Is he still representing Kano State? Nobody knows. So if you are that a person, are you going to keep talking? If you see the way they've dealt with this person who has just spoken the truth, saying that these people are padding this budget. After he spoke the truth, have they stopped padding budget? No. They've been padding it. By the way, people are talking about the presidential committee on international whatever. It wasn't under Tinubu that was formed. It was under Buhari. It has been there. It has been there. It's just that the only mistake that was made now is that somehow the sharing formula didn't work. If the sharing formula had worked, we won't know that it's a fake agency. The man will do his term and go, and that's it. So what am I saying? We know this system. We know where the problems are. We don't have the political will to be able to do the right thing. That's just what it is. In the north, in the south. Can I
ask you a quick question, please?
Yes, sir, you can ask me any question.
With your comments just now, which I think are accurate, would the fact that people talking in the political atmosphere that we are in, would an election in 2027 change that in any way?
Jagu, election in 2027 will only change if the Nigerian people say now enough is enough. I'm telling you the truth. I'll give you an example. Ganduje was there yesterday challenging Kwankwaso, that Kwankwaso cannot get votes in the north, even in Kano. This is a person who was a governor, and Kwankwaso candidacy defeated them in the. So I don't know how he's going to manage to now stop Kwankwaso from being able to win Kano. But these things are said so that the people's heart begin to get weak. I'm trying to remember the word I want to use. People get faint. People begin to faint because you are thinking that there's nothing you do that can change the system. But the truth is that there's something you can do. If there's nothing you can do, they will not be going out to spend their money to give to the people to come out.
Well, I mean, this fundamentally what I'm asking is that going to happen? This is something we can do, is what you're saying.
Okay,
wait. Let me put the question to you. As you are talking, this is what they can do. This is all we can do. Is that going to happen during the next 4 years after an election? Practically, I'm talking practically, can you see that development that you're speaking about in politics as it is now becoming effective? Is that going to happen given an election next year?
So I'll answer your question straight on. If and my if is that we, the Nigerian people, will march out and defend our votes. Yes, it will happen. It doesn't take more than 1 year to put things in place for actions to begin to happen.
Anyway, can you answer the same question?
But I've not finished even explaining.
No, I know, and it's going to go back to you, sir. It's just an exercise of understanding. I'm going through now. Please.
What was the question exactly?
My brother, I think you're here listening. No, I don't think you're here just being a mannequin.
Go ahead. What was
okay? I'm asking, given an election next year, given all what KJ has said as to the changes that will come from the people, that the election taking place, he's saying protection of your votes would allow a change in the politics in Nigeria. I'm here trying to convince our people on this panel first. Is my ploy, right? To convince the people on the panel to say that there shouldn't be an election next year. He's saying that an election next year, if the people govern their votes, protect their votes, that there will be a change. Do you believe that?
No, I don't believe it. Yeah,
that's all I want from you. No, sorry, my brother. That's really the vote I wanted, which tells me I'm closer to convincing this panel of alerting Nigerians not to go out and vote next year.
Okay, can I speak?
You can continue, KJ. Yeah, continue.
All right.
Just to put in your mind what I'm about.
Here is why I said this got to change. The reason why the Nigerian people are more eager than ever to make a change is because this is our last chance. We have had several chances as Nigerians to make the country good. People like us fought it until we decided to run away. Now, the next generation will not be as patient as we are, because these are the lives of people that are being wasted. If we fail, if this last election failed to make a reasonable change in the governance of Nigeria, I'm totally afraid we will not have a country.
Well, let me say this to you, sir. Let me say this to you. 2023 was when I was thinking what you are saying now. I can tell you, in 1986, the very same thing that you said right now was said of the Nigerian reality, that it's going to be squashed at some. It can't contain itself. It's not sustainable. So you are saying that this election. I'm saying that many of us have already come to that conclusion years ago. And I don't like to say that it's Nigeria's last chance, even though I've learned not to say that, because I don't know what the future holds. But I do know that we're against time. And I'm saying, if you go to the polls next year, vote for a new president, all you are doing is sustaining the greater evil. And the greater evil is what the world has in store. What the world has in store is that they are going to uh, organize a global government. And the whole idea of a global government is that one country would rule the world, or one entity would rule the world. And we in the South, and those, when you look at the Chinese position, and because we've been having a long conversation, and this conversation is based on global politics, geopolitics, and in such, we in Nigeria are not exempt from that. We are in it. It is whether or not we are going to be in it as serfs, or whether or not we are going to be in it as people who are sat around that table.
Okay, so, Joe, can I finish?
Yes, yes, please, but have all these things in mind, please.
Okay. I understand geopolitics and what is happening. And now that you know that I know your name, that means that I know you also operate in the spirit. So if as you operate in the spirit, you will equally know that the world itself is cascading towards that direction you're talking about. But it's going to take a bit of a while for it to reach the hinterlands of Africa. So why I say that, I'm saying that because no matter what technology they employ, at the time that this will be happening, it will still be a bit difficult to get to the rural parts of certain parts of Africa. But having said that, let me come back to what the course of the matter is.
I don't think you can say that, because you're speaking as though there is some kind of protection in these areas. There is no protection.
There is.
In these areas.
There is.
No, there isn't. There is.
There is. There is.
What is the protection?
Hold on now. Bros, hold on. Now, if you go to rural Nigeria, I think there's not everywhere you go you get ATM, and it's not everywhere you go you get network, and not everywhere you go you get you can easily be traced from whatever angle whatever they think. So for the system to work perfectly, all those places have to be covered. And whilst we are working for those places, or they are working for those places to be covered, we can get our ass together and decide to liberate ourselves even before it gets there. You see, man proposes, but God is the one who disposes. God will either allow it to come to pass or not. And if it's not the time God has assigned for it, it will never happen, no matter how good your plans are. But that is for those who are spiritual. Let us talk about the physical. That's what we are doing now. How do we see Nigeria, and how can Nigeria get better? And will we be better off if there's no election? The answer is no. Because the moment we disrupt the electionary process, you are now asking for the person who is in charge of authority over Nigeria geographical location to declare a state of emergency, by which he will now usurp all the powers that belong to everybody, and the military will totally be under him, and he can even declare that the military rules are taking over certain places. There's nothing you can do, because he has the authority over the army, the police, and all the paramilitary forces, which they can bring to bear on one person. If any state goes against an individual, it's difficult for you to escape, no matter how good you are. And even if you are going to escape, you still suffer some harm. They will still catch you, block you up, and then the international community will start asking for your release. But you are the one passing time in those dungeons they will throw the person in. Now, so because of that, the safest way to play is to get the people to know that we are now entering a very dangerous times in our nation. Those times is the time we must have to stand firm on what we believe. What do we believe? We believe in fairness. We believe in fair and credible election. Let us also go out there, mobilize them as many people as possible to come out. If we have 80 million voters, we should mobilize at least 50 million people to come out to vote and defend their vote. In that order, it is so difficult for any one individual to rig the election. But if we say, what will be, then we're going to go for another
Well, KJ, what I addressed earlier on was that the Nigerian people themselves want to rig. That is the problem. It's not only the politicians. They want to take bribe to go and vote whoever they point them to vote, because they just want to make money for that day. That is what I find. That's why the culture is so ingrained.
No,
And
the Nigerian
change
people
it.
don't want to rig. You make a mistake
sure?
there, forefather. You see,
sure?
the government have used poverty as a weapon because they use poverty.
Yes, and it's working. That's the thing. That's what I was saying.
Now, so hold on now. You see, when you discover what is the problem, now
This is what forefather means. Sorry, KJ. This is what forefather means by the people themselves are ingrained in this philosophy of today or I'm going to get paid. It's sufficient for them in the poverty that they're in. It's sufficient.
I think we're reading this in wrong.
No, that's accurate.
Hold on now. Maybe you push it. What you have that person's view. It's just possible that there may be some substance in it.
We're listening to you.
If we go to the last result of the last election, it is obvious that APC didn't win the election. In fact, more results are coming out now. In fact, there's a former APC chairman who was saying that they know clearly that Obi won the election. So if that was achieved within that time of not much publicity and struggle, what about now? So let's not call the Nigerian people idiots because they didn't go out to vote for Tinubu. We know that. Let's make that clear. We know that. Okay, it's just like hold on. It's just like now.
I think KJ, you're proving in every utterance you make, you are proving the point that the objection that forefathers gave you. You are proving it. You are saying that we just had an election and we know it was rigged. Now, from my point of view, I'm saying, given this level that you are speaking of, and the underwriting that says that the Nigerian people are comfortable with this scenario, will to be the difference in the next election. There is going to be no difference. There will be no difference of outcome either in terms of the policies and the politics that's played in the country. So again, you are somehow speaking that there should be an election next year. And what you raised an objection as far as the army is concerned is a concrete and solid one. And it's part of my thinking. So it's not to say I've left that whole matter out. However, that is an objection. That is a solid objection and a solid reason why we have to talk down that tunnel. However, you always seem to come to a point whereby saying an election is good next year, even though it's our very last chance of making sense of all of this, and we should have an election because we can make a change. I'm saying we've just had that from 2023. You're just asking us to repeat 4 years mistake. Before that, 8 years with Buhari. I mean, if you think back to the Buhari days, it seems that sometimes days go on and we can forget. But if you think back to Buhari days, it was 8 years of trauma. It was 8 years of nothingness. It was 8 years of zero progress in real terms. So you have to consider this. It seems like you're just...
If you even listen to me, if you just allow your idea a bit to fly.
Well, maybe you joined the conversation late.
Listen to what I think. I'm still saying what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say. You see, there are very few ways you can effect a change in the governance of Nigeria without going through the proper way. One of those ways is not what I mean as somebody who have some form of relationship with military. This thing, it will not happen. All the stubborn people in the military have been retired. There's nobody who is going to do any coup anywhere. So let that also be put behind. Now, the other way is through election or civil disorder. Now, the government of the day is not a patient government. It's not a government that is shy of using its power. If you say you're not going to have election, they will still declare themselves winners and still rule you as they want. If you say you want to boycott the election, they will still do what they want. If you say you want to go to civil disobedience and civil disturbance,
well, everything you are saying is still coming down to what I said now, that the people themselves, because what I see on the ground is that they seem to be easy to they don't even have to be convinced because they are ready to do it. Our people just want money.
That's why I
They
disagree
just
with
want
you.
money.
That's why that's my argument of
See,
disagree.
except let me explain the way they are going to change. Let's say they see a politician like P2B now, they like P2B. Yes, there will be a lot of people that will select P2B, but the machine, the people that are good at machining politics, except they see that okay, they will use P2B as a special purpose vehicle to make it into office. Because all of them are, I can assure you, most about 90% of them are corrupt. You are the one that even told me this. I remember one of the first time I saw you on this panel, you told me Nigerians are corrupt. About 80-90% of them were corrupt. And you are not, something you told me about, I didn't even forget it. That was more than 2 years ago. And I can still remember it. And now you are saying there are ways to work around it. You have to have a duration. You have to have 4 straight years of indoctrinating people. That's why I didn't like what Peter did. Peter B should have used that 4 years to indoctrinate Nigerians to his ideology fully.
No.
He didn't do that.
No.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Bros, I don't think
That was it.
Wait.
Thank you, Tunanja. You are spot on. That was it.
He didn't do that. He just wanted 4 years
Imagine
that he could have used to totally own this government.
No, KJ. This is
no problem.
Hey, wait now. It's not that we're taking you away. This is our argument against your. This
you
is
guys
our
waiting.
no. Waiting. This is our argument against your position. Against your position. We understand your position and we are arguing against it. Given what has been said, this you have to take on board in order to come back. And I'm saying that I'm reiterating what Forefather just said. 4 years in opposition, of which, however difficult it was for you in Nigeria to become an opposition, what we see at the end of that 4 years, if we are marking the exam on how you conducted your opposition, we mark you very low because you were not able to create anything called opposition that really showed Nigeria that they have a choice.
Excellent.
They haven't shown that choice. It's not clear what would take place if Obi was to. Therefore, we can only assume it will be the same old thing, different name, different party, but the same thing. So this is our argument against what your position.
Okay, can I talk?
Yes,
okay,
please.
I'll take that on board. Whoever is going to come to run Nigeria will be a Nigerian living in the same system. All you need to have is the willpower to administer the laws of Nigeria. Nigeria has laws. Before these shambolic politicians came into place, the Nigerian laws were working. I went to school in the 80s. Okay, my secondary school in the late 80s. I still had meal tickets. I went to university in the early 90s. I still had meal tickets. My tuition fee was 40 naira. So why I'm calling these dates is because so that people know it wasn't when Nnamdi Azikiwe was a small boy that I went to school. It is just recently. It's just yesterday. So if Nigeria was able to run properly just some few years down the road, what will stop it from running properly now? The only things we have come to have now is that we have now had leaders whose desire is not to see the betterment of the country, who want to build empires for themselves and their great grandchildren, even to the 14th generation. If we didn't have such leaders, or such government officials, Nigeria would have been far better than what it is today. But having said that, I want to remind us, when we talk about this politics and all that, let us remember that in this dispensation in which we are in, which is the APC dispensation, even the Goodluck Jonathan's election, APC didn't win, but the man said to be a gentleman, because right now the reports are out, and the people who conducted it are saying that actually he was not losing. So now, coming back to this time, that is a history now. Coming back to this time, we know, you and I know, that Tinubu did not win Rivers State, did not win Abuja, did not win 2 or 3 other states for which they gave him the win. If those states have been given to Obi, Obi will be president today. However,
do you know what told me that Obi?
hold on.
Do you know what told me that Obi
I
won
think I'll
Nigeria?
not be able to end what I want to say.
No, you go end well.
No,
Do you
I
know
will
what
have
told me?
let me just finish. Then you can come in.
I just want to say one small thing.
Now, here is my own argument. At this point, every single Nigerian out there, the one who can make a change, their heads are hot. And Jago, I refuse to agree with you that the opposition have not done anything. If opposition have not done anything, the media in Nigeria will not be talking about Obi every day. Obi has become like the media singing of Trump in the United States. Every media who want to sell their newspaper or their services will always carry Obi's news. So Obi is a formidable team in the media space in Nigeria and amongst the people. Whether we like it or not, that is the truth. And if anybody want to play down on it, saying that there's no opposition, the person is just simply following what the government agents, media are shouting out there, which is that Obi, we can't see any formidable opposition. If you can't see any formidable opposition, how do we now know that there are pardons in the budget? Was it brought out by APC? If you cannot see any formidable,
yes, it was brought out by APC.
No, it was not.
Pardon budget now.
If we don't see any
senator, now this senator for Bauchi, now the senator Bauchi leak the leak of pardon budget now. Now senator leak am. I be one of us no see am. Senator,
my brother, nobody senator leak the IPCPC that brought about people going to the
that one na IMF leak am, na from foreign, na from outside the leak am, no be Nigeria leak am.
So whether it's an IMF or whatever, there's a leaking and some people took it up and
see Obi Day news not true, but news no they win election for Nigeria. They haven't done anything to convince the poor Nigerians that they are different.
The same way you people are saying the last election that there are 4 people tweeting in the room. Let us see how 4 people tweeting in the room.
See, only you talk as in a rig.
You yourself,
hold on. You say na rig and they rig election for Nigeria. Yes, na rig election. What if
you yourself talking now? You follow for those who say there were 4 people in the room tweeting. They know they win election.
Do they win election? Are they the president now? Hold on now. You agree say that they rig election for Nigeria. Election is being rigged. So what's in your argument? They go rig this one too. So what are you saying?
If you bother to listen when I started making my,
you are not saying anything. Say Obi win election. Obi is not the president. Contrary to the election will be rigged. The election will be rigged.
If you bother to listen when I started by saying, I started by making that correction.
You are trying to make argument that Obi has done enough within the last 4 years. That's what you are arguing. That Obi has done within the last 4 years. He hasn't done anything.
There are 4 of us on the panel right now. 3 of us disagree with KJ's position.
KJ is campaigning, which is fine.
I'm wondering whether or not KJ really understands how long we've been speaking, and what we're trying to achieve here, what I'm trying to achieve by my entrances. There are 2 questions that come from Bala Blue on the panel on the comment section, and another speaking for me to itemize. If just open up the scenario, which I applaud. They open up the channel for me to open up my reasoning as to why I suggest there should be no election next year, and how important it is for the people to take power. And he speaks about the army and what side that. How would I negotiate with
But Jago,
yeah.
Do you think we will need?
If you put these questions to me, as where they're put, I would explain to the best of my ability right now, as I don't have everything written down. I've began writing on this, and in my writings, I've kind of stopped and said I should have a procedure as to why I would write. And I'm saying that if I convince the majority of our panel as to this idea, I'll write this thing to its last clause and make it apparent. So I'm using this opportunity to gauge, to see if people are ready, are in the understanding, people of some level of intellect as we depict on this show. If we're ready mentally to make serious sacrifices for our futures and the futures of our forebears as comes to be. So I need this conversation to be practical.
I think part of this thing, I wanted to even take this back to KJ2, is that if, let's say, Dangote Refinery, Boa Refinery, who knows how many of the other refineries, you know how Nigerians, they like to copy each other, how many of them that are coming on the stream again. If all these things start happening, Nigeria currency starts appreciating, reserve starts growing, and Iran war goes up and petrol price shoots up. Now that they are recruiting security people, before you know it, our crude oil output starts improving. Could things improve within the economic sector that will result in the, let's say, during rigging, to bribe voters will be harder now because they don't rely on the poverty weaponization aspect is reduced, and in terms of people selling their vote for money, that too will reduce because economy has improved. Do you think we may not need a revolution to transform the state, but with these improvements in the economy and online embarrassment factor that seems to be curtailing the way people behave, do you think Nigeria could be transformed in a kind of slow motion way if these economic gains carry on, even if it's not the government that are technically doing it themselves? Do you think it could transform the country?
You put that question really strangely.
We need 24-hour electricity first. If you
Put on camera, Mr. Oviedo.
Sorry.
I if you ask me, no nation transforms slowly. Every revolution is going to have to. It's like kickstarting, starting a car. People have to wake up to the reality of the time. Like we say in the barracks, new sheriff in town, there's a new commandant in town. Everybody has to be on a quick march. So if you are going to change the status quo, you have to blow it. You have to stand at the rooftop and say, okay, yesterday is gone. Today is a new day. If you mess up, you go to prison. And you use people as examples to get the people to hear. You yourself would have to be as clean as a whistle to allow people to follow you. Now, if you do that, then we can be assured of certain levels of decency and decorum coming into the to the top of the pinnacle, the anarchy, the podrum, the rostrum, where now the rest people will learn from there. But if you don't do that and you say, okay, let us gradually move from here to here, it's not going to work. Let me tell you why it's not going to work. Even those companies that have been established, the people are going to have people who will not be loyal to their companies. So the moment they have an opportunity, they will steal them dry. And you find out that at the end of the day, the people are running away from.
I hear what you are saying, KJ. I hear what you are saying, that those people will be corrupt. But many of them that are corrupt, some of them will start getting more money. They may not need to be that corrupt anymore. It doesn't have to be all of them. It might just be 5% that changes direction. Then another 5% dies off because the older generation keeps going away.
See, what I'm trying to arrive at, you're not allowing me to arrive at, is that we cannot build a nation hoping on forefathers to come and start a company for us to be able to now turn around our people. We cannot build a steady economy waiting for let the policies of the government hold on, sir. Let the policies of the government become favorable to AY, to Jagun, to Okpablo. Then they can now be willing. I'll give you a clear example of what you're saying. Certain people in diaspora here put their money together to build a very formidable estate in Lagos. David, when he goes there and breaks down everything, and those people have lost their life saving. Those people who are trying to see how they can, those people are trying to say we are Americans, We are Black Americans, we are Nigerians who want to build back in our country, bring our money back and see what. Are you thinking they're going to come again?
Why then demolition? Why in demolition?
I'm afraid we're having the wrong conversation. If I may, I think the question. I think the question. Wait, Nijo, wait. This is important. The question that forefathers puts to us, to you, to us, is an important one. But you see, the question is the answer to the question is always there. Because Nigeria is a resource-rich nation. The opportunity for Nigeria to become rich of its resources is already satisfied to us as Nigerians. But we have also wasted 60 years of our resources already. And the most important resource that we have wasted is a human resource. So the fact that Nigeria has oil and the fact that it has gas, I'm be told, the fact that it has Dangote been instrumental in presenting a way that we don't waste all of our resource, we are able to refine our products ourselves. We also have commodity of lithium that the same thing would have to happen to. We have gold that the same thing would have to happen to. We have all kinds of natural resources that are there under our feet. Now, it's an opportunity, but are we entering into this opportunity with no policies, no understanding, with thievery as the course of government, for that to take place over and over and over again with the same resources? We can't be having this kind of argument like we're children. This is a serious thing. We have wasted 60 years of our resources. Are we going to put it in the hands of those who have wasted it again and again and again?
And counting.
Now, what I am suggesting that the answer to that question that forefathers put is a simple answer that is the opportunity. That is the prize. But we have to now fight for power, for rulership, for governance, for leadership, for understanding within our people. It is, for me, I'm satisfied now that it's time for the people themselves to take that power. I am part of the people. You are part of the people. We have intelligence. We need to put on the table that this is what we are now. Enough is enough means something. It can't just be enough is enough and use it as some speech and that's the end of it. Enough is enough means something.
When you
no.
saying these things,
I've got to put this on the table, brother, forefather.
What you are saying, I wanted to support what you are saying. Like, when you are saying these things, it reminds me of the need for urgency in some of the things we are talking about. Because, like, when I was in Nigeria, the level of genetic engineered crops, things that you see in the country, the kind of food that you see, the drinks full of sugar, it's like
it's all changed.
It's going on in that country. It's not.
That's why yes. This is where we are. We don't seem to understand because from KJ's point of view, those people in the villages are protected somehow. I don't understand what he's saying. Yes, I'm spiritual, and yes, I conduct that whole arena of things. However, the material. This is why I speak about the material. That is what we are functioning with. So if we don't suggest to our people that listen, the way we are living is rubbish. Materially, we can live a lot better, and this is what we are going to do within the material world. We put the sacredness of the spiritual world to one side for the minute. We are operating now in the physical, and in the physical, I suggest with our resources, with our manpower, with our intelligence as Nigerians, we are going to fix this problem, this, and this, and this is how we're going to do it. But we are going to offer what you just deserve for the energies that you have put in. This is where we need to be talking. All these funny conversations that we have, they're just for conversation's sake. And they're no good to us. We need to be talking right now, getting practical. And for me, the practical thing is Nigeria is going to an election next year. We are going to go and vote again. And in my estimation, us voting again means that we are going to come out with exactly the same courses that we are going through now after we have voted from 2023. The new beginning that you speak of has to come from us. It's not going to come from anywhere else. If we agree on one thing, we on the panel, we have to agree that that's the case. That's the case. And I'm looking for agreement. I'm looking for agreement after a real argument, real strategic conversations that go somewhere so that we can begin to build our narrative, our intellectual institution based on what we are going to bring to the table for Nigeria. Because if we bring this thing in the correct way, we can go to the head of the army and say, now, this is what we're about. This is what we are doing. We are members of Nigerian public society and people. And this is what we command for our state because we no longer believe in the government that has been there for the last 12 years. So we are asking that we don't have violence. We are asking that you look at the courses that we are putting and you protect the cause of the people. And the people are suggesting this is what we are going to do. For the next 4 years, we're not going to have no government. The people are going to be the government. And there's going to be an administration-led authority that conducts a change in material aspects in this country.
Dagu, you're asking for blood. You're asking for blood, Abi. Hey, you know that's what you're asking for.
My brother,
I'm not going to say, okay, that's a good idea.
What I like about you is the seriousness that you know I'm speaking on. I'm speaking seriously.
Yeah.
We can't continue to come here every weekend and speak what is happening from the point of view.
We have to prepare to fight because they are not going to just say, oh yeah, just because we organize and say it's going to be people-led government, they will answer off. No, they will resolve to their usual way. So what you are saying is possible, but we have to have it back of our mind.
Again, I hear you. I don't think this is easy. But what I do think is that if we as a people can convince the entirety of Nigeria that this is the course to take, the government would capitulate and the army would have to back us. The army would have to back us because being that we are Nigerians and we're quite strategic, those who are already on board, as far as I'm concerned, are the AES countries. And we would inform West Africa of what it is that we're doing. And the way I see West Africa and the outlook that West Africa has on Nigeria, they hate us, but they know that we're the only people who have the key. They know it. We're the only ones who have the key to their own sovereignty in other countries outside. And that is our electorate. That is our base. And if we think like that, we would achieve what it is that we have in our mind. Because the Nigerian country is one thing, but the aspects of the difficulties, the challenges in what I'm proposing, I want a peaceful changeover. I want a practical changeover.
Let's
a lot of education, a lot of mobilizing has to take in place after that.
I think let's talk about something. Let's talk about something out of the norm, something. Anybody have anything that has happened in the country, don't start talking about Benin public politics. So anything that happened in the country that you feel like we should talk about. Have we gotten any update about the Habila issue, the lady that died with Umahi? Not with Umahi. There's no evidence of that.
You want us to gossip? That's a gossip.
I don't know why you're taking it away. I don't know why where you want to take the conversation. The conversation is in a strong place right now. But you want to gossip. Ridiculous. I don't know what you're doing.
There's nothing wrong
I can't understand your focus.
We've been talking about it now. If you want to go back to it, does everybody want to go back to it? You can go back to it. But
I don't think
what did it concern us with that one? What's our business?
No, what concern me with that one?
I don't understand. What do you mean? What it concern you? It's not somebody's life.
Even now.
What should be somebody's life? Person die. What should be somebody's life? Now, special person die.
You are really becoming a problem to you.
How does that? It's a question I ask. How it take concern us? It's a question. Answer me. How it take concern us?
Okay, let me tell you
I
how
want
it
to know.
concerns us. For
Yes.
me anyway, one of the areas it started concerning me was that young women in Nigeria, when you say young women compared to the partners that they tend to move with, they tend
Do
to
you
go
know
with.
how many young women die today in Nigeria?
Hold on. You say where it concerns me now. I feel
You,
like
you are talking about it because it's the minister. That's fine, but you don't concern us. People they die
It's
every
not,
day.
not only him.
People die
Actually,
every day.
Ovie. I was in Nigeria, and one of these guy I was talking to, he was like, all these women, they take advantage of people. They do this, that. Sometimes they even go with all these richer men. This is where this is important. They go with all these richer men. Some of them, the men use them to do money rituals or not. I was like, what do you mean money ritual? I don't hear about women getting dying because of money ritual. That what does he mean by that? He said they do something with them. So I don't know.
That's not a news story now. That's an everyday story for
Even if it's
Nigeria. Are
not
you not
news
a
story,
Nigerian?
hold on. Even if it's not news story, but it's important that we have to ask certain questions about what is dealing with this culture. Is this something we need to change?
Forefather, you
Because
see why
you
see why sometimes when the West is talking about us, I don't have any reservation to argue with them. Now in the US here, there's a guy called Noel, okay, who Nonan, what's his other name? Who died on the 4th of July. Okay.
Yes, they politicize it. That is where you hear about it.
Now, you do the things that you don't want people to do to you. You don't want people to
see what you are no because it's not about interruption. It's about the subject we are talking about. Somebody don't say we should be serious. We should not be. People die every day. You know how many people die today? How many people die? So anybody way down, try to make a
circumstances of their death now. It's the circumstances of their death.
What is the circumstances of their death? He died for older person house. That is the question.
Yeah, but if the president passes today, what are you going to say? Are you going to say because person died?
If the president passes, he passes now. Nigeria will stop working.
But then you see,
so
I understand where you're coming from.
Will Nigeria stop? No, that's what I was saying. Will Nigeria stop because the president died? Nigeria will not stop. They will keep moving. What are you guys talking about?
And it is relevant.
Anybody will die will always affect somebody else. Anybody that dies will affect somebody else.
Ovie is forcing us to think why we have to remember certain people more than others. Because if you look at this Khomeini that was buried the other day, they had almost 9 million people outside. There's a reason why people focus on certain issues, because those issues touch on something that affects the society. It's not just they are not individuals anymore.
No, that's different. That's different. He was killed by who? Anybody, the question I ask you now, the question I ask you, anybody in the world, if anybody dies, somebody's affected. Nobody's isolation. Somebody's affected.
Your worldview is really a problem.
That's the question I'm asking you. That's what I'm questioning you. Why do we make it a national issue? Why should we be talking about it? How does that bring any change to what we are passing through as a country?
It does.
How? That's the question I ask. Now, question now. See, the question I ask, when it starts like this, I ask, why?
No, let us answer now. If you ask a question, let us answer.
A lot of our young women are involved in these things. That's why it matters.
Forefather, don't let anybody push you. There's nothing in this world as important as a life. The life of an individual.
And life dies every day, and they get bet every day.
Can I talk?
Go ahead. You can talk. Sorry, go ahead.
There's nothing more important. Not even all the money in the world can bring back one person who loses his or her life. So life is sacrosanct. It is the most important, precious gift that any human being living can actually be happy to have. Now, let us go back into what is happening in other clients and vis-a-vis Nigeria. A young man dies where he went to enjoy themselves for one reason or the other. America is still on it. In fact, it has become a national issue, and they are going to the extent of making sure that whatever happened, if there's any foul play, that person is brought to justice. Now, if somebody dies
because
in
it's a black guy amongst no, don't just like that. No,
wait, just keep quiet for 1 minute.
That's a false. That
Abba,
is
keep quiet
false.
now.
That's
Keep
false.
quiet. Keep quiet for 1 minute.
What you are saying is false.
Can you let me talk?
False.
Let me talk now. You make your point. People allow you. When we want to make our own point, you just be shouting. Now wait now. Now this lady, from how the things became very funny is very interesting. Now 2 of them went to your house. You actually accepted that they flew with you to your house, your village house, and they were in the guest quarters or whatever it were. The 2 of them, according to your explanation, were in the same room. They sleep in the same room. You are the minister. You came out to tell us what the situation was and how she eventually left this world. And let me tell you something. I followed that interview. I listened to it many times. The words he chose to use is very irritating and very annoying to me. How can a human being say at the hour of her death? What do you mean at the hour of her death? That's 1. 2, you told us the conversation between her and her boyfriend, what her boyfriend said, what she said. At the time, 3 minutes after the boyfriend called her, she passed. The boyfriend called again. He didn't hear her. Why are you the one telling us the story? Why are you the one telling us the story? You said you were not in the scene of the event. How come you know how to tell the story much more than every other person? And then you didn't want the media in Nigeria to talk about it because you threaten everybody. Whoever discusses it, you have asked your lawyer to go after them. And then you are going to go for cyber crime, this thing. Now, you said you were not there. People who saw when she was being removed said she was being removed at night. And it was because people were shouting and taking pictures that you decided to talk about it. Who are those who removed her body from the house? Why did they remove the body and not call the police to come to that place and see her, since there was no foul play? Why were there bruises on her face and blood in her mouth and her nose? Why was she naked? Now, having said that, why was the lady who was her partner, who they worked together with you, missing for over 2 weeks before she came out with an affidavit? Who has asked her for an affidavit? Now, who asked the father for an affidavit to come with an affidavit to ask that he doesn't want any autopsy, he wants to take the body of his daughter? Now, is that the way things are done? If not for anything, for the mere fact that this is a human being like you, wouldn't you be interested in knowing what happened, what played out? She is simply 26 years old, for crying out loud. A 26-year-old girl whose life is still ahead of her. And shouldn't you be concerned, my brother? Shouldn't even your conscience taught you that you should be empathetic to this young girl?
Why are you playing this level of violence?
When you finish,
Ajara,
hold on. Ajara died for a landlord house in Akure. Talk about and to Aisha died for Alhaji house for Sokoto yesterday night. Listen, hold on. You don't talk finish. You don't talk. Hold on now.
I thought you said journalism.
Can I respond now? You don't talk finish now. I don't listen to you talk, Abi. Make I talk. When they talk, say Nigerian media na mouthpiece of the elite. The guy you pick to use as example in America, right? If I put high car for you now, every day as we talk, people they die. That guy, media carry on, right? Because it's good for the politics of the day. 4 young men go out on the vacation. One of them might be only black, and among them, and only that black guy.
So this one not good for the police of the day.
Let me finish. Let me see. Okay, so that's the point I made initially when I asked you that question. Because Jagu says something. We are having a serious national conversation here, right? Then you say we go gossip because one girl died. May I so rest in peace. Guess what? Hundreds of girls died today in Nigeria, and hundreds were born. We are not going to pause just because somebody died or somebody died. Nobody tells anybody no good. Anybody died, they say somebody that is affected. We are all connected. Okay? You just don't talk about that because he has to do, it suits the narrative of the gossip he wants to become David Domaye. It's inconsequential to what we are going through.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, you are wrong. Totally
no, it's not wrong.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you believe.
Mr. Jagun,
it doesn't matter what you believe.
Mr. Jagun,
mm-hmm.
how do you align your news.
That
Now,
is not news.
if you are working,
let him ask me the question.
if you are working in an organization that is a news outlet, the people that make the news, first and foremost, are the people in the government. And the people in the government, because they make the news, whatever is going on around them becomes news itself. So,
okay.
and in this case, we are looking
What's
at
your
a power
question?
play. Hold on, sir. In this case, we're looking at a power play, a protagonist and antagonist.
So what is the definition of news? What is news? What is the meaning of news?
A very big man with a lot of money and a very small girl with no money and no influence. And now the case is being treated as if it is just nothing. And Ovie is coming to tell me that this is all right.
What is the meaning of news, Mr. Journalist? Define news.
Wow.
You say that government people now be the newsmaker first. Define news. It's as if you don't understand what news is.
No,
What is news?
no. Ovie, don't worry. I can handle it. You see, I don't know if you finish your question, but I'm taking it from the communication that you and Ovie have just had. And Ovie told you that we were speaking about something of serious importance, and then it changed to speaking about this issue, which to Ovie is more like gossip than anything progressive in what we are discussing. And you disagreed with Ovie's position, saying that this is just as important, if not more important, because it's about a human life and somebody being killed. In this scenario, we have to understand and satisfy ourselves with that the news media in themselves have their own agenda. That agenda of giving people news of one item or the other can be either progressive or distractive. And we have to ask ourselves, with all the things that are going on in Nigeria, is this a distraction in the news to take our minds away from our own issues, or is it real news? So for me, it's not real news. It's just a look at the constant corruptive practices of our politicians. This happens all the time. It can happen tomorrow, nothing will happen. It can happen again next year, nothing will happen. So in comparison to what we're speaking about, I see it the way Ovie sees it. Well, this is not gossip.
I will not call it a gossip. Let me try and a bit go into be.
I answered your question, though.
If you are doing, for instance, if you have a news media, there are certain things you call a water cooler stories. Water cooler stories are not really necessarily stories that are top-notch stories. They're not really necessarily stories that are talking about policies and all that. They are stories that you bring in to help people have a relaxed atmosphere before moving maybe to a serious issue. Hold on, sir.
You're talking about industry stuff. Brother, you're not talking anything I don't understand.
Okay, if you don't want me to talk,
because you're not going. Look, if I want to speak about the importance of my industry, wait, and I start giving you all the phraseology that we use within my industry. You're using phraseology.
Where I am going is I'm trying to tell you there is what is called the Social Responsibility Act, which every media house has to do. You tell the people what's going on. And so you cannot come and tell me that the media houses in Nigeria reporting about what happened in a minister's house is a gossip. Why is it a gossip?
Those things are important within your industry. They're not necessarily things that people
for
national development.
You don't know you're talking to professionals. You're speaking to professionals like yourself. You're speaking to professionals like yourself. Within my profession, there are certain pros and conducts that we have that are not known generally to the world. But I can bring them on as important, but they're for the administration.
So that is why when you bring those things, Jago, listen to me. When you bring those things, since it is your profession, I will listen to you and I will accept it as what you are telling me because I'm not a professional there. But I cannot come and tell you what you are telling me.
Because the Dudumai is challenging Obi. If the Dudumai is not challenging Obi, this thing will not be news.
It's not it.
Jago,
It is gossip. Nah,
if the
relax,
minister is not challenging Obi, if the minister is not challenging Obi every day, it will not be news.
Now, lie.
Okay?
It will still be news. It will still be news.
No, it's news when they carry for how many years? How many years?
News.
Now, political season with now campaign season with day. I understand.
It is not even only carried on social media. It is also carried in the
It doesn't
Nigerian
news.
All
News na
Nigerian
news. It doesn't matter if it is CNN anywhere. News na news.
You know, say I agree with you sometimes.
Geography, no they change it. No they change it. News na news.
We don't know what in happen. But the way you're talking now,
news
I
anywhere.
think you're not
news. You see, you don't they lose the argument. News anywhere na news. It doesn't matter if it's in London. Stay on the argument now. Why you can't deviate to which you don't concern? News for news for New York or for my village or for anywhere. News na news. Okay, and not every human has the same right to make the news. Now, when
you have a right.
Hold on.
You have a right to choose what is important to you. Nobody
let me tell you. Let me finish now. You are making my point.
See what you bring to the table.
But that is not a controversial point. Ovie turned it to controversial point.
Hold on, KJ just made my point. You choose your news, which is exactly the point Jago made here. Now, since this is the sensational news, we not like the news media in Nigeria. Let me be specific. It like all those things because it plays to people's emotion. We go stay there or they get there for for how many days, how many weeks, how many years?
So you know how this thing works.
That one should be discussing for years because they pay.
Let me try.
News. It's not news.
Let me try and help again. You see,
help me for waiting.
This is how these things work. You see.
I'm not supposed to go with how they work. I'm supposed to go with opposite how they work.
See how these things work, my brother, is this. We, the news media, set the agenda. We set the narratives in the nations. Now, any news, you see, no matter how important that news is, if the media refuse to pick it after some time, it dies naturally. For that news
you are making
hold on, my brother. Now, just give me 1 minute. I explain. I'm not even talking about the girl now.
No, you are making my point.
Hold on now. Hey, Kai. Now, wow, Chineke. Ovie, okay, I give up. I'm not going to talk again.
No, you are making my point. Media select what they want to make the news.
Yeah, no, hold on. Let me address the point.
And me as a citizen, me as a citizen, I have a choice to decide what I consume as news. So what you choose and decide to say is not my choice of news.
Yes.
So they choose that. Will not be God. Will be honest, it is like us too. Will not be God just because you be media. You are a journalist. That doesn't make you special.
Ovie, see, in life, there are people that are more public oriented than these individuals, and every single one of us, when you attain certain level of office, you are not a human being like every other person anymore, because you are representing a whole load of people. And in the case of Omahi, I think he's a minister. He's not a normal human being anymore. And when things happen around such people, then sometimes, not all the time, because there are a lot of things that happen around them, but sometimes it gets an attention and people talk about them because it's actually quite relevant. That if somebody dies in the property of somebody of that high-ranking position, that question needs to be asked, especially if some of the things that are coming out seems unusual, like the dad not wanting autopsy, and he seems to know more about the incident than the friends of the girl, and all kinds of different things and contradictory statements. So people need to ask questions because it's a life that has also been lost. And we agree that yes, a lot of people die every day.
I didn't disagree with that part.
Especially because this is why some celebrities are celebrities.
Let me agree.
Otherwise, why not listen to any choir musician?
Hold on. Let me agree with you. Right? There's no specific or a covered qualification to make news. So this person would they prepare and so he would they make news. I agree with you. David Omar is a public official. At that, we vote to some extent now our tax money they take the pay him. Right? Anything that he do decides to be scrutinized. But the question I am asking, right? It has been established that he get that from house. So we are now focusing on what is the cause of death. How many years, how many months, how many weeks, or the whole nation need to stop because of that happen? That's
No,
the
the
question
nation
I'm
didn't
asking.
stop now.
So we've been
The
talking
nation didn't
about
stop.
this. We here been talking about this since last week. For God's sake, can we move on?
No. Actually, most of the conversation wasn't actually
And
about Umahi.
again, now that he's a public officer, and I said it and I'll say it again. If to say David Umahi, they criticize Obi, they take Obi on as if they take him on, it will not be news for here on this platform
But
for
it may
this
be
long.
news somewhere else. But it
wrong.
may be news somewhere
Forefather,
else.
On this
if you allow me, I
for
just
this
make
long,
my
it might
last
be a news for one day, but not for this long. But it's
my
because
last
of who
comment.
David
My
Umahi
last
is.
comment. Listen, forefather, this is my last comment on this issue. The media, I want to let you know how this followed. The media didn't go to meet Umahi. Nobody associated Umahi with this chaos there too, even though they said the girl died in his house. Nobody went to call him for interview. Nobody went to meet him to say, Oga, how did this happen? It was him who called the press conference to give account of how the girl died, according to him, in the hour of her death. You didn't hear me, ba? Now,
So we should not stop.
wait,
You
hey,
don't
wait
get
now.
my
You see, I
point.
allowed you to talk. Let me
You are
talk.
not getting my point.
In trying to explain
It is
what
not
happened,
important
hold on
when it
now,
comes to question
Ovie,
of national importance. That is not
I
important.
believe you go. Now, just like you said, forefather, this man is being paid by the Nigerian people's money. You flew in a private plane with a lady to your house. Before now, she was not sick. But it is in the interview that you issued that you said this lady was sick. You treated her in one specialist hospital in this. You paid 2 million, and you said the lady is like a daughter to you. And you said she works for you in the Vidumay's university, teaching university hospital. What is she doing in your entourage? You say she's a nurse. Do ministers travel with nurse and therapists in their entourage? If they do travel, that means why is she staying in your house? Or why does she live in your house? Now, why did you pay her medical bills, 2 million, which you gave us, even told us where the hospital is and how much you paid? Why are you the one telling us this story? Since you are not the one who moved her body from the boys' quarters where she was found naked, now, why are you not why didn't you tell the press, go and interview my private staff? They were the ones who witnessed it. I wasn't there. Why are you the one giving this press interview and warning the press that nobody should talk about it? If not, you are going to take them to court. Why is it that the parents have to come up with affidavits? Who swears affidavit for the loss of a child to say, I don't want any autopsy? Autopsy. I want her, give me her body, let me just say I'm buried. That's all I'm concerned about. Who does that? Who is the person whose friend? You were the last person who saw her alive. You went, disappeared for 2 weeks, showed up with an affidavit saying that this is all you know, and you can no longer talk to anybody. You will not accept any question unless in the presence of a lawyer. Why
Okay,
is
may I ask you my last question? Make I ask you one last question. I don't talk about this.
So
I don't talk
finally,
about this again.
Finally,
No, make I ask you a question.
Hold on now.
Answer my question with your final submission. No,
the reason why
I want you to finish the answering of the question.
Olivier, that was his final submission. Now you want to ask him a question to stretch him on.
No, I want him to join and take you in final, right?
Go ahead.
Everything let's say everything that you laid down, right? It points to David Umahi, and the final come and say David Umahi get hand in his death. What is going to happen? The question is not a challenge. What is going to happen if the father say Umahi na get hand for the man dead? You get dead. What's going to happen?
Okay. Ovie,
knowing who he is.
I'm a bit surprised.
No, the question. I am asking a question. Yes, knowing who he is. Knowing who he is, the minister.
Hold on now. The same answer that I will give you when we're talking about election and electioneering campaign here. If they find out that his hand is dirty, let him face the consequence of the law. That is how every nation that develops, that is going somewhere to happen.
Now, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. A waste of time. Me and you know, say being a minister that you. Hold on now. Hold on.
Let us give up.
Make I tell you what I know now. May I tell you what I know. Me and you know, say being a minister today with this administration, he no go jail. We know that you no go put your money on top of him. He will not go to jail. Will you put your money that he will go to jail? You go bet?
Listen.
This is the fact. This is what me and you know is a reality. So why are we
hold on. If you know go there today, tomorrow a government that is more transparent, who wants to do things right, will come and he'll be suffer for it. So don't worry.
You see where we land last.
Do their work.
So I know why I start to they come like that, because he, as you know, he's a minister. So after all said and done, he is guilty. The under this administration, with the way things are, nothing will happen to him. It's what me and you know. So what the heck? I mean, we know the result, but we see what follow through. This is just like the election you are arguing about. It was rigged yesterday, and it's going to be rigged today. You know, go put your monitors in, they no go rig them. You will dare not do it. Say yes, I will swear. Say they no go rig this 2027 election. It is a fact that we know. But again, we go see they do. They mean, who are we deceiving? If we're not trying to do something about it, right?
If I was the girl's father, if I was his brother or her brother, I will make sure, even if I don't have anything and any way to prosecute David Umahi, I will make sure it's in the records, the annals of history, that my daughter died in his custody on an unknown circumstance. It will be written there. For me, that is good enough. They may not be able to fight him, but someday somebody will come who will want to do the right thing. He will dig it up, and that person will put him in jail.
The most important thing where I ask you to engage on, where you can go this gossip, is the question they put before you. What are the opposition do different to make sure they get the different results? But at this point, if they are not planning to say this is what we are going to do if the election is rigged, nobody is planning anything.
You didn't allow me to answer that question. You see, let me give you another example of what has been happening in Nigeria. The Alex Otti's case, you forget, it took one woman who stood and said, I will not accept money. And that situation was changed. We still have many, we still have many of such people who are going to stand come 2027 who will say it's either this or nothing else. Those people will be able to give us the victory we are looking for. Those are the people we are asking to be in places.
No.
And those
hold on. No, I agree.
Those people will be.
Hold on, I'm not arguing. Hold on now.
And they will stand against the status quo. And they will take over the position. And the people who will repair Nigeria will come in.
Answer question now. Answer question. Those people, are you guys working on them to put them in place, or what are they hope people will work for?
In fact, those people are being worked on, and they are going to be in place. People who will swear with their father's grave that they will deliver what they're going to deliver. I'm telling you.
No. Hold on. I know they argue. I believe you. Just like the way I believe Kenneth Okonkwo when I answered the same question for here. And they tell me, don't worry. When the time come, we go come. We to now more for pace. As if they are only moving the heart. 6 months later in the camp. I agree with you. I agree.
If I was somebody who likes to change position and down to the status quo, I'm not good there for America.
It's not about. I don't expect you to change position. I just so make you.
If I wanted to be in such a situation, I will not be. So we know who people.
KJ, you know why they ask you this question? Because me and you, we follow Donald Trump election. Now the same thing, the same faith, the same complaint, they didn't complain. But you could tell what the MAGA movement did. They're not just by rhetoric. You see how organized they were, layers by layers of leaders, up to the down to the deplorables, where they go from door to door. You saw it. Span the last of almost 2 years. You didn't see them, and you saw the results. Now the same thing happened to Obi. Now the same complaint Obi they complain up to today. But you cannot tell me, other than say indivisible, that there's another layer of leadership that is doing any other groundwork.
You don't know everything now. I know politicians will come and tell what they're doing. Do you want them to come and tell what they're doing here before you believe they're doing something?
Messi, if they go ask people for votes, they say it's not spiritual. My guy, I just want to say MAGA movement. I use that as an example.
Do you know where Obi is today? Do you know where Obi is today?
It's OJ, you are making a mistake. I say Obi is out. I say Obi is doing his job. I did not criticize Obi. I said they are layers, just like Trump. When Trump they outside, they collect. There are layers of leadership up to that level. I am not saying that. Like when Precious tell me, hold on, because this question don't be you at the president. When I go Precious show, the same question. He tell me say, Thank God. Thank God for not. They every family house. I tell her in a lie. Make it tell her, make her tell her. I will tell her for us in a lie. He's not doing that. Today, waiting happen. So it's easy to say because this is action. This is action. If for the past two years ago, you don't get 20,000 volunteers. These are not spiritual people, physical human beings. You don't get them.
How you know? How you know? See, that's
I said they are physical human beings. They are not spiritual. They know. I know this is one are physical. 20,000 Nigerians we go know. We go see them. They know they hide.
You can't know.
How no go know? 20,000 Nigerians we no go know.
Okay, I rest my case. I hand over to Jagu. Jagu, you can tackle this.
We go wait for the election will come. No, our argument no go stop till the election result come out. We go this is a continuous discussion. Where they prepare or they not prepare, we will find out. When they read the election, they will see what they will do. That time they will not say yes. Everything what they talk will actually follow through.
Okay,
because Jagu said something. Sorry, Jagu said something. That what you say, if this election happen, Nigeria will cease to exist. Jagu said something. He said in 1983, the same thing they talk about. The same thing they talk about. Nigeria will cease to happen. If they read the election, Nigeria will cease to happen.
In 1983, Nigeria was not as divided along the fault lines as it is today.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Now. Hey, hold on now. Hold on, my brother. You can't just be talking and then you not allow the other people to talk now. In 1983, there was no ISWAP. There was no Boko Haram. There was no Ansarudin. There was none of these terrible organizations that are now buying people on daily basis. It wasn't there.
True.
In 1983, there was, hold on. In 1983, I still remember because that's when I started reading newspapers. Now, I still remember there was a movement called the Middle Belt Forum, which had J.S. Tucker and Solomon La holding forth and holding that. Now, that Middle Belt Forum were the ones who eventually made the North to win. That Middle Belt Forum no longer hold. Okay? It's to your tent or Israel. So Benue is on their own. Plateau is on their own. Taraba is on their own. Now, in 1983, there was no Ahmed Tinubu. And there was no Shetima. And there was no Obi. All right. So the equation have shifted, my brother. And that shifting, hold on. In 1983, there was no internet, which is the most powerful thing right now that is influencing ideas. Me and you are talking here, people are listening, and people will even go and listen even after our finished talking. Ideas are being, the information is transferred as like light. People are getting it. People are doing their research. And people's mindsets are changing on constant 24 hours basis. You cannot hold anybody. You cannot come to you, beat your mind and say, I can tell you for sure, the North will not vote Jagun. You are making a mistake if you say that. Because 24 hours is too much in a political party's life. So anything can happen, my brother. Take it from me. Yes.
Now, anything can happen, you talk about. But make I tell you what thing will happen. 2027. Bola Ahmed Tinubu will declare a winner.
So
hold on. That I put my money, I guarantee. And guess what? Nothing will happen. Nigeria will continue. That one step I go put my money if you are ready to go that route. That's how confident I am. I know they wish. They say you only believe what you don't know. It's not, we say I believe. I know. It will be declared winner 2027 and nothing will happen.
Okay.
If you know this, if you never go put money, will go. That's how confident I am.
Listen, listen, as it is now, if I was still in Nigeria, you could say that and I'll be worried. Okay? But like I said to you, I have done my bit to try to bring understanding and bring people to know what is before us. And like I said to a certain group of people, this what we are facing now is not about whether we are one tribe or not. It's about our existentiality, our existentialism, existence of the whole Nigerian. If
not that one, it doesn't matter who they declare winner. Nothing like not the same thing will happen.
No, but let us see now. You see,
Nigeria exists.
You are the one always coming to tell us about geopolitics. I don't know why you have not seen the geopolitics on that one. That what is there. I don't know why you
in
have not seen it.
Nigeria.
That will be profitable
Nigeria.
to if it's divided than it's the way it is. I don't
No,
know why you have not seen
you cannot divide what is one now. What be the same? You know, if you divide them, you can only divide waiting they multiple. Nigeria, as it is, the governing circle, all of them be one. It belong to one ideology. All of them. So where the split won't come, where the confusion won't come. Nowhere.
Okay, we'll go see. That's all I will say. Thank you.
So don't be saying, don't be saying Nigeria go. Things will start getting better. That's not the question. But in terms of the leadership, as it is now, turn by turn, they agree that they bring out, we no force them. They agree and they are working on it. So
By the way,
why do you
why
think
is
they will
the
go again?
forefather putting this? Why is forefather? You know, because I saw that he had the other topic. Why is not discussing about that? Fubara joining
My
the Rainbow Party.
Fubara said, yeah, I don't even think that one said is a topic. Now people
Ovie,
will
you
not
remember
understand.
I said to people here when that Fubara said this thing with Mickey. I told people that Fubara is somebody I will never back in a fight. I told people here, I use the word Akamu. The man Akamu, as you
No,
put and I say
yeah,
it.
of course. Now people will not
Anybody
understand
who goes to
politics.
fight along Fubara is wasting his time. I said this very first time he had that issue with Wike. I said I don't know who is advising him. They should have not allow him to follow Wike. If Wike says sit down, sit down. If you say don't appoint anybody, don't appoint, because these kind of people, you follow them to go and fight, they will leave you in the fight, and they even join the enemy went to fight and beat you on top. Has it not happened now?
No, the Ghana, among people where don't understand power, good luck was at the top of it for me, because of I didn't give up power like that. But this guy, well, I didn't expect anything from him. Who he be? Now nobody, politically speaking, Fubara na nobody now. Not be wicked give a job as she waiting in charge of finance for in government. He was nobody now. He has no political capital. That means he has no followership and he no come from money. So it was nobody. So he mess up. Yeah, I agree with you. Him for no go against the person we want show on road. Him for they do yes and Torah. But most importantly to me, two things we need to do. Burning the national that their state assembly. That one is unforgivable. Two, Tinubu no be forgiven. If na me too, I no go forgive am because for you make Tinubu go as far as going against what he claimed to believe, which is democracy. He had to pause democracy in River State, take him out. That na come out Tinubu's legacy in presidential legacy. But for him to do that, that means the man, yeah, to put Banana to go far. Because even me and me too, I no go forgive him. You can't. There's no way you can be trusted. If you can fight the person that give you power to the extent that external factor, the number one citizen have to come, they pull weight. You better be strong. If not, so what thing they do? So I think, what choice does he have? If you not join the coalition, what do you want to do? That's no choice. It's done. So he
He's a
has,
corrupt politician. He has nothing to offer. He doesn't even. I've never seen.
yes.
He doesn't even understand the concept of power. Walking about as if if now chicken went rain beat, and eventually look at make a mincemeat of him and all the elders of River State and all those people
Yeah,
who supported him.
and when they can't carry your gafu for government as an opposite guy, that should tell you everything you need to know. Say, come, this guy, yeah, he's in good hands. He's in the hands of the president with that. You call the no. And he deliver rivers. We get deliver rivers to Tinubu. I ever deliver more to rocket way. But I mean, you don't fight that kind of person, man. I don't, especially when you are not coming with any followership. Don't be say you na grassroots politician where get you hold your side before, like let's say like Otti now, we don't contest on his own, you don't win, then couple with the Obi force, you can't win. No matter how you do, I ain't no go fit say you go disrespect Obi because you know what it's like when only in the own it is. You don't come with that. So that's exactly what Fubara do. Fubara couldn't just be patient. So I talk him from that day. I say this guy is done. When Tinubu come out time, I say he's done. There's no way they go allow him come back second time. So he misuse power. I don't think he underrated. He never see underrated Nigeria and dog eat dog. We never did that level where we say institution will come in or that no. And dog eat dog. It's still very raw and put up. But KJ, you follow you did Nigeria during Obasanjo time, right? If you look at what and this is my own observation, I'm kind of concerned, the coalition between Obi and Konkoso, the way things they operate, right? What they operate in the sense that pretty much all the Obi is busy, going around international circles and all that, but the block, everybody where they want contest join the party, they come via Konkoso. For me, I see a concern there because now the same thing Obasanjo and Atiku be. If you remember well, Obasanjo they cannot come from prison in the sense that all the local political movement was rally around Atiku. Now you get I know pretty much everybody. Even when they enter power, Obasanjo was busy, travel around the country trying to free debt and everything he was doing. And Atiku was pretty much a local man. The economy, all the local. He was in control of pretty much all the state governors. And Obasanjo coming out to say, "Oh, Atiku sponsor in impeachment and all that." It's not a surprising thing. So I am seeing that kind of. But this is politics, especially a man that has presidential ambitions like Oguso. He come pretty much leave and all the leverage coming because which day I see the Benue people delegation, they were with him before Jigawa, everybody, and I don't people are not seeing it or they just see that they are saying no be concerned. But if you want to go by history,
I agree with you, and I have noticed that also. But I guess he knows what he's doing because you see, I have analyzed, and this is my personal opinion. I've analyzed what is going on, and I think the only reason Kwankwaso is there is because Obi had promised to hand over after 4 years. And for him, if it's a northern agenda, he doesn't really care. At the end of the race, if Obi doesn't win, he will still say, "I think I supported you, so it's not my fault. So power should obviously return to the north." If Obi wins, he say, "Okay, you remember we made a plan that 4 years after you give me power, so there's no changing the goalposts." So for me, it's not really because he supports or sees what Obi sees, even though he's a good guy. I mean, anybody who live in Kano will tell you that Kwankwaso is one of the fairest governors they've had. I haven't said that. You see, like I said earlier, Obi just have to swim with somebody. He cannot be by himself. And for me, Dati Baba Ame remains,
no. What I mean is, I think it should show there should be a point man on ground, even where they go feed it, where they go. I mean, it's as if now Konkoso house or wherever in an office.
But that's what I'm saying. That the machinery of government is left too much in the hands of Kwankwaso. I don't enjoy that. That's why Obasanjo ran into trouble with Atiku, because Atiku was using the People's Front, which was the political machinery of Yar Adua. Right. So because of that, Obasanjo haven't come out of prison, didn't have any, it was just like Fubara. The only reason why Obasanjo was not edged out was because he himself is a rugged man, and so yes, it was a rugged. If not, he would have been edged out. He would have only done 4 years, because that was the edge him out, and that's why Obasanjo will never forgive Atiku till tomorrow. So, but having said that, I think
what do you think? Yeah, I know there will be, confident. I mean, I trust. I should put it. I see that. But what do you think of Atiku respond to Obasanjo? That Obasanjo responding. Atiku respond to Obasanjo in two ways. One is it's too cheap by taking a shot at somebody we don't die already, which is the man who is a
No, that's an old video. Don't mind them. That's
an
an
old video. That.
Yes, very old video that they are moving around, and I'm even surprised
But now about die last year.
But that's what I'm saying.
You don't say we now about die.
I know that now, not died not too long ago.
So yes, that conversation could not be old.
Because Obasanjo looks too young for his present age in that video. So I'm assuming that I've heard that video before when he was talking about Atiku.
No, he accused Atiku bribe, give money to
Naaba. Yes.
But the response when Atiku come tell us if you want to support the kingsman, make it come out rather than trying to come through a cheap shot.
If Atiku eventually ever be president, the first official function is to lock up Obasanjo.
He no go fit even if you wish.
Yeah, so that he will not miss it. Even if you just lock him for 1 month, you lock him up.
He no go even try, make them even investigate themselves. They get agreement at that level. They get agreement.
Now me they tell you go and market over here. Go and market.
No. I just tell you so now. I understand where you they come from, but I think the Asuro gang they get agreement not about to investigate or go after ex-president. Between themselves, they get that code. But I understand what you make you talk like that. So you can't not to do it, Awami. That's just number one problem.
Yes.
I think
doesn't care. It doesn't care. It's not like when Pa Banjo they here. Pa Banjo was telling all of us, if you vote Atiku, if you vote Tinubu, when I go suffer well, I may not be here with you, but I go suffer. That video now is become a very important archive for anybody who wants to study Nigerian politics. Where is the okay? I need to leave.
I was more than leave Atiku alone. Okay, I leave out. You know that they go after Ralph.
But he's from Cameroon now, so how long?
Oh my God!
How many times Abacha is from Cameroon?
Oh my God!
And this guy is from Cameroon. Buhari is from Niger. How when shall we have a Nigerian president? Because
by the time Obi go come, they go just Obi na Biafran.
When they already talk now, even the grand patron of Boko Haram, Sheriff, come to talk about Obi being this.
What could I make Wike president now? Because that's be the only Nigerian.
No, if we make Wike president, it will finish everybody in one day.
Wow! How?
If you make Wike president, hey, wow.
Wike the only 5 people in the fight out. He never fight anybody, any other person to fight out.
No, now. He will make. Who
he fight again?
I'm telling you.
Wike is fighting that fight.
I never see that kind of man who thinks that he's the only person who is correct in this world. Only himself.
If to say you don't get that character,
he would have been a good man.
He just ain't go this far, politically speaking.
He would have now, because show this character when he was up there for local government chairman. I'm telling you,
I agree.
We interviewed him. I'm telling you, we left that place so impressed with Wike. He was just a nice guy. Nice guy.
He never knows he go take close.
Oh, I just children.
All right. Okay, I need to leave you. I need to leave you.
Okay.
See you later.
All right, now, thanks. Everybody don't go with that now. Tunanja is not here. Jagun has given up.
Where is forefather? Where is forefather?
Just close the. He don't sleep. He be the snore before.
All right. So let me come back here.
Shut down.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ovie, for holding forth. You really made the day. I appreciate all of you, Jagun and forefather in absentia. All right. We will see again tomorrow, Ovie. Please join and then let us have a all right.
All right.
Have a good night, sir.
Thank you, and you too. And you too. Thank you.
Yes, sir.